Oh my god, there's so fucking... There's so many of you already. You're really excited to talk about the fucking presidential debate, aren't you? God damn, let's not even wait till 10 o'clock UK time. Let's just get fucking straight into it. Gentlemen, me again. How's it going, boys? Good to see you all this evening. I just thought I saw all the drama on Twitter, and I thought, oh, you know what? I know, guys. I know absolutely nothing about US politics. I don't understand how the Senate works. I don't understand how the Electoral College works. All I know is you've got Republicans and Democrats. I'm told that apparently Sleepy Joe. Apparently he's a corpse puppet who's being controlled by Barack Obama and this thing that's called the DNC. I don't know what the DNC is. And then the Republicans have this thing called the GOP. I don't know what the GOP is, but it sounds like some kind of VTuber who's into like fish ASMR. You've got the GOP VTuber. All I know is the only thing I know about US politics is that your presidents are too fucking old and they're really fat and out of shape, and basically all their little squirrely fucking advisory people are the ones who actually run the country, and these disgusting old men that you call presidents basically just play golf all day whilst the weird suit people actually run the country. And then there's this thing that's called the presidential debate, where the two of them pretend that they've actually done any work for the last 4 years or whatever, and basically these advisory people write scripts for them that they don't even bother to read. So this should be good fun. I expect you all to be pissing each other off in the comment section. I hope by the end of this evening I would have lost about 2,000 subscribers, and I hope to have started a race riot with this stream. I hope to read tomorrow morning about how an English cartoon, not a furry lion man, caused the deaths of about 5,000 people with this much along. So we're not going to watch the vanilla presidential debate. I'm watching this guy give his take on it. He's called RFK, something Kennedy. As an English person, whenever I see a Kennedy in politics, I immediately get hostile and reach for my Webley. I reach for my Lee Enfield Mark IV, because we English don't exactly have the best opinion of the Kennedys, given how good old fucking what's his face, Robert Kennedy, the 60s Kennedy, the one who got shot in the face, the one who got shot in the heads, that Kennedy supported the IRA. So yeah, we don't like Kennedy in England. We think he's a bit of a cunt, personally. But JFK. What did the J stand for, as Daja? Imagine trusting British people about politics. Irish. Is there any Irish in the chat today? Black as Irish. Hey Ross, how's it going, buddy? Anyway, yeah, let's start the stream. John Kennedy. There we go. Y'all had some trouble. Woo! Let me tell you, boy. Let me tell you, Buzz. We had some troubles here in the United Kingdom. Woo! No, if you're gonna watch someone else's stream, then may as well go with Kirsch's. It's not someone else's stream. It's some guy who does like it's some guy who does like commentary. I don't know. I was recommended to watch this. It depends. We'll start off with this, and if you'd prefer to just watch the raw footage without any commentary, then we'll do that. But anyway, let's get started.
Accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, I know him. Joe, do you know where you are, Joe? There we go. He found it, guys. Round of applause for Joe. He found the podium.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Trump! Yeah! Trump! I love Trump. Trump really doesn't want to be here today. It's like mornings. He's like, Mondays.
Please welcome Robert Kennedy Jr.
Let me turn this down a little bit. Here we go. Robert Kennedy. This is the guy. Hi, annoying orange.
Thank you.
Ooh, that guy is tan. Look at him.
Since he took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than
$120? Fucking hell.
30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
Look at his face. Oh my God, just right from the get-go. His fucking face. Oh my God. That's the face you make when you're in like maths class and you've just been fucking like drifting off the entire class, and then the teacher like points at you and he goes, "What's the answer to this?" And you're like, "Fuck. What was the question?" He looks absolutely horrified. He doesn't know what's going on, does he? Oh my God.
Trump.
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall.
Oh, hang on a sec. I think I've got it set on auto. Let's turn there we go.
Pandemic was so badly handled.
Okay.
Many people were dying. All he said was, "It's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right."
Okay, what does this have to do with groceries?
There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%.
What's this have to do with... He's dodging the question.
And so what we had to do is try to put things back together.
Stop
again.
dodging the question.
That's
You asked
exactly
what you're
we
going to
began
do about the price of groceries.
15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs.
Why are we talking about manufacturing jobs? He wants to know what you're doing about $120
I come
groceries.
from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen tables, the things weren't able to be met during the month. It was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of...
Okay, hang on a minute. Hang on. First of all, why the fuck isn't the announcer... Oh, because it's CNN, of course, they're biased. In the first instance, the guy who's chairing the debate should be stopping Joe, because Joe's rambling about shit that isn't even relevant to his question. Second of all, you can tell immediately that Joe's desperately, frantically trying to remember what's written on his script. Like he isn't speaking like someone who's actually thinking and trying to answer a question. This is what someone who's... This is something I do when I'm like recording a video. I'm desperately trying to remember what the fuck I wrote down without panicking. Fucking hell.
That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. That we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we...
We're not talking about the price of housing, Joe. We want to know why the price of groceries in your America is $120 and what you're going to do about it. What are you doing? What are you doing, Joe? Honestly, this is sad. Honestly, I mean, come on, this is sad. This is supposed to be the leader of the free world. This is the most powerful man in the world right here. This guy is meant to represent the best of the United States of America, and he doesn't have a fucking clue who he is or what's going on. I have problems with Rishi and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, but Jesus Christ, I don't know how you could look at this thing as the leader of your nation and not feel ashamed. I don't get it personally. This isn't funny. This is sad, really. This is pathetic. But anyway.
2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now.
Okay, that kind of answers the question. It's corporate greed. So go into more detail for us, Joe. How is corporate greed affecting grocery prices?
By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue.
The prescription drugs. We've gone from manufacturing to prescription drugs to housing.
$400. No senior has to pay more than $200
1 minute
for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So
okay, thank you, Joe. That sounds really cool. That's not what we asked you.
Thank you, President Trump.
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country.
I just want to say, just before we get on to Trump, I just want to say, it's going to be a bit rude to the Americans in the audience, but one of the things I fucking love about Trump is the way he orates to people. Like, I know some of you guys in here are quite sophisticated people, but generally speaking, Trump understands how to speak to like the average retard American, and he does it so well. All the average like retard American wants from their like leaders, the people in power, is they want their leader to be popular, and they want their leader to be like well respected. So basically 90% of what Trump says is just him talking about how smart and well liked he is, and then everyone goes, yeah, hell yeah, everyone loves Trump, I'm gonna vote for Trump. And it's like he doesn't actually need to talk about problems or how he's gonna fix them. He just needs to win it's just a popularity contest. As long as he tricks everyone into thinking that everyone loves him, then everyone's like, yeah, Trump makes America look good, so I'm gonna vote Trump. We like confidence. Exactly, Merrick. You guys like confidence, and you like popular people, and it always amuses me.
Country, we have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID.
See, right from the get-go, he said we were so good, other countries were copying us. See, again, he's not answering the fucking question. He's just saying that we're the best and we know better than everyone.
And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929.
Okay, how much did you spend, Trump, and where did you spend it? Again, they're not answering the question.
By the time we finished, we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military. And
everyone thinks they're doing a really good job.
So many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought.
Is that true? Was the stock market better under Trump? I don't know. Is he lying? How much more?
That was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job.
What's a bounce back job? I'm not familiar with that term. Is that like a part-time job? Is that like I don't know. Who knows what a bounce back job is? If Trump is talking, then he's lying. Yeah, there was a huge rally during COVID in the S&P 500 due to the tech sector. Okay. It's mostly money printing. Job lost to COVID, now available again. Jobs that were cut during COVID. You get laid off, then rehired. You get laid off, then rehired. What? So companies would fire you during COVID, but then after the COVID lockdowns, you got hired back? Is that what you mean? Or does it just mean like in general, the jobs that were cut just come back post? I see. Okay.
He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you, President Biden.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world.
Okay, inflation is bad, apparently.
I don't know anybody else who thinks he's the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term.
Okay. Why is that a bad thing, Mr. Biden? Why is that bad? Why are tax cuts bad, even for the rich? Explain that one to us. In the UK, we had, like furlough, I see. It's like the furlough system, I understand.
He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that...
Is that true? I thought Trump created a lot of jobs for the economy. Yeah. Can we fact check that one? Do we have a Jamie in the audience who can pull that up? Jamie, pull that one up. Did he did? What, as in Trump did increase the number of jobs?
He did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people.
He did then COVID.
He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any this decade that doesn't have any troops.
Oh, well, century. There's a big difference between a century and a decade, Joe. Which one is it? In the last 100 years or the last 10 years? Which one is it? Because in the last 10 years, there's only been two presidents, I believe, right? in the last 10 years. That's not a big of a claim as you think it is. Oh yeah, I was the best guy out of 2, and I've been one of those guys for 4 years. I think, has Biden been in power 4 years now? I think, hasn't he?
Dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Biden used more oxygen to speak. I can barely hear him.
The question was, people feel worse off because of inflation.
Yeah, and I want to thank everybody for being here and for this opportunity. And thank you, John.
Interesting.
I also want to thank Elon Musk.
Oh, that poor man. I see what people were talking about. I see what Jay read. I see what you were talking about with his condition. That's really sad. Bless him. Okay, let's hear what this apparently very smart man has to say.
For live streaming this on X, CNN made some statements suggesting that might be, that he may get sued for that, and I'm very, very grateful.
Oh God, this is going to be painful to listen to. God bless him.
Freedom of speech in this country.
Right.
I want to just orient us a little bit about why we're here tonight, and I don't want it to make it sound like I'm complaining.
Okay.
Because this isn't a personal issue. This is something that should be very troubling for our country. What happened with this?
Okay, in spite of this guy's voice again, he's waffling on. Just fucking get to the point. You yap worse than I do. What who are you? Why are you here? What are you talking about?
Hey, my uncle.
I thought you said he's pretty hard to listen to because of the rap, and I was like, it just kind of sounds like he's rapping, isn't he?
Gave the first televised debate in 1960. Ever since then, the debate has been run by nonpartisan organizations, the League of Women Voters till 1988, and then the debating commission thereafter.
He got that due to the COVID shot. Really? Did the COVID shot do that to him?
Corporation owns the debate. And
yeah,
it's
I'm
because
shh, guys, don't tell anyone. I'm not vaxxed. Shh, keep that. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell YouTube. They'll ban me.
Because CNN is making tens of millions of dollars.
Sky News subtitle. Hey, Observer Andrew. How you doing? Good to see you.
Go ahead and collude with the 2 presidential candidates whose main purpose was to keep me off the stage. And again, this isn't a personal issue.
Yeah, okay, hang on one second. Sorry, I just interrupted. Please let me know if this guy is so unintelligible, it's like interrupting your experience of the stream. Let me know, and we'll just watch like the raw stream without him in it. All right, just let me know. I this is fine for me, but if it's too much for you guys, I'll just watch the debate without this guy's input.
Something that's important for our democracy. Because
can't understand shit.
America's field.
Okay, hang on a minute. I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to do a poll. I don't know how to do a poll. I don't know how to use YouTube. Okay, guys, quickly, write 1 in the chat if you don't want him. Write 2 in the chat if you are happy to have his commentary. Do that for me. Yeah, okay. Let's go. Hang on, give me a sec. I'll find the raw debate quickly, and then we'll do that. Okay. Presidential debate. And the Wall Street Journal.
We're live from Georgia.
On the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people.
Hang on, I'm just trying to get to.
How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
He also thinks he's the greatest economy in the world.
Okay, here we go. I got to where we were on the other stream. Okay, so let's continue on from here.
You know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion.
A little bit more.
He raised it. We were this safe country.
U.S.
Yeah, on the subject of America being a safe country, it's interesting. Europeans, the arrogant, cheese-eating surrender monkeys that they are, think you guys have a school shooting every 5 minutes and that you all go around killing each other with your guns on like the streets for no reason. You'd be interested in seeing what like the average European thinks goes on in the United States. It'll blow your mind. They're even more arrogant than you think they are.
How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down and then they bounced back. And he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said...
That's an interesting point. You see, this is what they do, these sneaky politicians. He's trying to take advantage of the COVID situation to smear Trump. And he's taking advantage of like the post-COVID, build up when the economy got to work again. And he's saying that was me and my policies. But he's a lying sack of shit like all these politicians are. China!
He inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months.
Oh, you guys had 9%
and then
inflation?
It blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as
I love that. I love that about Trump, is he always makes hyperbolic statements and... it's fun. I love Trump. He's a classic shitposter. The worst administration in history. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. I think poor old Jimmy Carter is top contender for worst US administration in history. Honestly, but I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Orange Man. Please continue.
Afghanistan is concerned.
3.3%
I was getting
currently.
out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength,
max inflation,
with power.
Okay.
He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both...
Fucking Biden's face. Hang on, we have to go back and look at that again. That poor old man. Look at him. He doesn't know what the fuck is going on. He's saying Mr. President. The guy said Mr. President, and he looks like that, and he's like, oh, Mr. President, yeah, that's me, right? I'm the president, not Trump. Yeah, okay. Oh, fuck, what do you want? Please stop asking me questions.
8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President...
Oh, my God. Oh, his face. This picture... right here summarizes Trump and Biden perfectly. Trump is giving the camera the stank face like he always does, and Biden doesn't have a fucking clue what's going on. This is peak cinema. I love American politics. This is great. I love this shit. These two would make great VTubers, honestly.
President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt. Well, so far, President Biden, you've approved
you've got to spend money to make money,
dude. In new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%.
Oh, that's a big
plus
cut.
Beyond that, we took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our...
I want the numbers. They keep talking in these very vague general terms. I want to know the numbers. I don't believe him. Trump knew this debate. All he had to do was let Biden talk. Yeah, I heard about that. I mean, given how bad Biden's looking every time he opens his mouth, it's like Napoleon said, you don't want to interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake, right? Thank you very much for the 20 Mexican dollars, Richard. Thank you very much, my friends. I told you Biden looks senile as fuck and Trump cooked. I always like it when Trump talks. I find him very interesting.
Our country. The country was going
I feel
like
bad
never
for the
before,
poor fact checker.
and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet.
Yeah.
We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More...
He's like, oh, did they? Oh.
people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to.
What's the mandate on the vaccine? What's he talking about there? What did Biden mandate? And is that true? Did more people die under Biden than Trump? Biden would make a great VTuber if he had full face tracking. He would, yeah. These President AI videos are really good.
About the vaccine, and he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected.
Okay, he's
as a
got enough
country.
sense
They
to
don't
smile and
respect
shake
our
his
leadership.
head.
They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation.
What's he
between
doing? What's he doing there? Is he
weaponization
falling
of his
asleep?
election, trying to go after his political opponent. All of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from...
Oh, he forced to take the jab for federal jobs, including the military. I heard about that. Yeah. Christ, yeah, what a nightmare that was. I don't think that worked out very well for people, did they? Here you lost a lot of talent. A lot of very high, ranking people and, doctors and nurses refused the vaccine. And then there was a problem then with having your skilled workforce continue operations. We had the mandatory vaccines for public sector workers here as well. But the pushback against vaccinations in the UK were nowhere near as bad as they were in the United States. We tend to roll over to government authority quite easily here in the UK. Yeah, exactly. The NHS, for example. Hagfish, yeah.
Prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
Oh, God, please,
he
no
had
more
the
questions.
largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two,
how much?
That $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy.
You've already said that,
What I'm
Joe.
going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America.
Again, a thousand trillionaires. Fucking hell, I'd be impressed with that. 1,000 billionaires. Really? Do you guys have 1,000 billionaires? That's crazy. 1,000 trillionaires is again, Joe, there's a big difference between a trillion and a billion, man. You need to get your facts straight. You're making this shit up.
And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's always a question with that, right? I do believe in a tax band for, higher tax bands for higher income earners, but the question always is, why should trillionaires and billionaires have 90% of their income taxed to fund for government mismanaging and government misspending? This always seems to be the go-to that politicians do, and they manage to trick the working class into supporting this shit. I've always noticed is that instead of fiscal responsibility, instead of encouraging less government bloat and waste, their solution is always, oh, it's okay, we'll just tax the rich more, that'll fix our problems. But you can, hi Whimsy, this is the Whimsy, this is not a stream that I think you want to be in. This is a very spicy politics stream. I don't understand what the hell's going on myself, Whimsy. I've got the Americans in the chat here explaining things to me. Rest your poor bones, Whimsy. Take a break. Take it easy instead of watching me today.
Period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health.
Here's another take, guys, on children and elder care and subsidies from the government. I do think that government should help people subsidise stuff like elderly care, children's care, and shit like that. But then at the same time, if you can't afford to have children, don't fucking have them in the first place. Why the fuck should I pay more tax because Dave, the bricklayer, fancied having 12 children with 20 different partners or whatever? I don't. It's not my fucking problem. Stop stop stealing my check to give Dave money for his stupid childcare? Or why don't we return back to a society? Why don't we return back to a culture where we get grandma and grandpa to look after the kids for us, and return back to having, the nuclear family, the big family unit? I don't understand why we always want to just shove all our children and all our responsibilities onto the government and the social welfare system.
Healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person.
You're saying, talking about American politics, not hear my bones instantly? No, I think it'll make you worse, Quincy.
Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if...
Yeah, Trump, again, look at Trump. Trump's really smart here. He's not saying anything. He's not going on the attack. Trump is just watching Joe like a hungry tiger, and he's like, yeah, go on, Joe, answer this question. I'm not even going to bother interrupting you. You dig your own grave, Joe.
We finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
He ends that with, we finally beat Medicare. What the fuck? What's that even mean, Joe? Where did that come from? We beat Medicare. Yeah, what?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, he beat Medicaid. He beat it to death. Fuck. Boom. Got him. Get wrecked, idiot. Get fucked. GG, go next. Hell yeah.
All of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame what's happened to our country in the last 4 years.
Oh, look at Joe's face. He's not quite all there, but he understands enough to go, oh shit, I really fucked that one up, didn't I? I really set him up for this one. I fucking set myself up for this one big time, bugger. But yeah, seriously, as a British person who lives in a country with a very generous social welfare system, you need to pick one, guys. Do you want open borders, or do you want social welfare? You have to pick one, because the vast majority of immigrants you bring in are net negatives on the economy. Like, fucking DoorDash delivery drivers probably don't even make enough money to get fucking taxed in the first place. But then you give these people credits for health and social care. You give them benefits, food stamps. Who's paying for that shit? You know what I mean?
Is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people.
They do.
What we're doing for other countries.
Trump, not to interrupt, Trump is absolutely right. This is the problem, right, with some of these countries that are coming into the West. Some of these people is that they deliberately take advantage of our generosity. They take advantage, right, of our kind and understanding and forgiving nature, and they don't respect us for it. They don't appreciate it. They see us as fucking idiots to exploit. And this is what some of these foreign cultures are like. And this is the problem. People don't understand is that you're letting the fox into the chicken coop. When you show some motherfuckers, you do everything for them, and the moment they'll stab you in the back at a moment's notice. They don't appreciate what you do for them, and there's no way to. The West is full of mugs. Well said, GD. It's a problem with a lot of so-called academics who think that they're really, really smart. Is they believe that everybody in the world thinks just like they do, but the problem, what gets in the way of that idyllic world where we all hold hands and sing Kumbaya, is education. They think if everybody had a university degree in like sports studies, then we'd all basically be the same. But that's not how it works. Culture and upbringing and values, religion, all that shit massively influences the way people behave. And there again, it's why you see so many scams and why you see so many call centers in places like India. When these people exploit old British and American women, and steal their pensions and their life savings, they don't care. Like, they don't feel bad about it at all. Not because they're evil people. It's just because in their culture, the way they say it is that if they scam you, you deserve it for being a fucking idiot. That's their rationalization. And this is a problem with a lot of people in the West, is they don't understand it. They don't see things this way.
They do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President
Trump.
Fuck. Dana?
Bold claim,
This is the
criminal.
first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho.
Well, yes, I guess you could say that is evil, but I guess the concept of evil is relativity and perspective. I guess from my point of view, certainly that is evil, but again, to some cultures, it isn't.
Despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision
Are we coming to abortion next? Okay, this is going to be a really lost take. You're really not going to like me for saying this, by the way. Here's my take on abortion. I'm pro-abortion. I think the reason why I'm pro-abortion is because we're at the point where we can't get rid of it now, because what's going to happen is people are just going to dump their children into fucking dumpsters and kill them, or they're just going to dump they're going to dump all their children on the state for the state to take care of, and it's not going to be sustainable. But anyway, let's get on with this.
Overturned Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that. And I will.
So what does the Supreme Court do in the United States, by the way? Well, I agree with you, Rifleworks. I'm a very regional person, personally. I don't like centralized government. My favorite thing about the United States is your federal system, and that states have their own individual rights that can decide, and they can decide for themselves what they do and don't want to tolerate. On the one hand, I do sympathize with people who maybe live in a state all their lives, and then the state does something they disagree with. And the thing is, they can just leave that state and go to a state that does approve of, let's say, like abortion, or not getting rid of abortion, for example. So yeah, I don't want to be one of those people to be like, well, if you don't like it, just move, because it can be quite sad to leave like your home because of those reasons. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, well, if you don't like the political direction your state is going, yeah, just leave, I guess.
Will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex, but not really complex.
Judges the constitutionality of the legislation.
You had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders.
Yeah, emphasis on
and
supposed
what I did
to. I can imagine
I put
that.
three
Yeah.
great Supreme Court justices on the court.
Wake
and
up,
they
Joe.
happened to vote in
Wake
favor
up, Joe.
of killing Roe
Oi.
v. Wade and moving
Someone
it
wake
back
up,
to
Joe.
the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most
Joe's just waking up, guys. Look, he's like, what? He's still going on. What do you say?
respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas.
This face, Joe's face, that's me whenever I turn into a Rie Himemia stream. That's just me the entire time Rie is streaming. That's my face.
I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people.
Yeah.
Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people.
I think that's a very reasonable take. As someone who's pro-abortion, I do think that's a very reasonable take. I could meet in the middle there and say, you know what, no abortions for anything other than for those things, perhaps. I think that's a fair enough take, because that's always a gotcha people tend to go to, is they say, well, if you're against abortion, then what about, children conceived through non-consensual means? Well, we'll give exceptions in those cases. What's the problem? Let the states handle it, not federal. Yeah, it's the will of the people. I do think that it's always tricky, isn't it, between judging what should be done at the centralized national level and the regional level, because the problem is with having things done at the state level is that they can potentially do unconstitutional things. Like, for example, some states like Missouri, Missouri's the state, isn't it? I can't remember whether it's Missouri or Mississippi. Basically, the federal government, the FBI had to get involved, and they had to get the FBI to arrest like high-level police officers because they refused to, they refused to get with the times. They kept Jim Crow, and there were still like lynchings, and there was still Klan activity and like anti-black movements in some of these southern states in the 50s and the 60s as well. So it's always a tricky subject to differentiate what should be state level and what should be, I guess, national. What should be national.
Well, don't follow your heart, but you have to get elected also, and because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical, because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden.
Oh, is that true? Is that true? Is everyone happier with the abortion debate now if they put it at the state level? I think that's what he's saying, right? So they repealed, what was that thing again? What was the abortion thing that was repealed? What was it called? Was it Roe versus Wade, I think, wasn't it? So is that still in effect now? So abortion rights are at the state level? Is that how things are in the US at the moment? It's still very controversial. What's this Virginia shit? Yeah, what's he talking about? What's this Virginia thing?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done.
Oh, it's been a terrible
the fact
thing.
Is that the vast
okay.
majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And
but the scholars, Joe.
That they were all against
scholars
it.
are fucking
ridiculous.
retarded.
And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule.
Yeah.
Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral.
Okay, but why should people have their civil rights and their civil liberties taken away, Joe, because of the stupid decisions of young women? Answer me that one, Joe. Why should the country, why should the Constitution suffer because a bunch of stupid young guys and girls can't fucking use contraception? Riddle me that one.
The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that.
Joe, you can't say that. She wasn't murdered by an immigrant. She Joe, she wasn't murdered by an immigrant. She died, and there was a newcomer who was involved in some way. So, she wasn't murdered by an immigrant, Joe. There was a death, and there was some newcomer. Someone was involved. A man was involved. No, we don't even say it was a newcomer. A woman dies, a man was involved.
Here's the deal. There's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses.
By their in-laws? Is that a thing in the United States? Do you guys have a problem with being raped by like your in-law parents? Good Lord. You guys will fuck anything, won't you? Even the red coat gets it. She was culturally enriched, hell yeah. Ronald Reagan all over again. Guys, I don't know what to think on Ronald Reagan, by the way. Was Ronald Reagan a good guy or a bad guy? Please tell me. All I know is he was some kind of neoliberal, and that makes him a bad guy. I don't know.
brothers and sisters by.
Take a sample.
It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many.
Oh, that was a very sharp thank you there. I think that was a tactical damage control thank you from CNN to stop him from embarrassing himself further. These moderators, I don't think, are interested in moderating the debate. I think they're interested in supporting their boy Joe here, if I do say so myself. He was losing it near the end of his second term. They have the libido of a teenager. American Thatcher. That actually makes perfect sense to me. Thank you. I fucking love Thatcher personally. I do love Margaret Thatcher, but I think domestic economic policies were a fucking disaster for the United Kingdom. Love everything else about the woman, though. Love her foreign policy. Her domestic economics, awful.
Many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country.
Out of curiosity, he says, this is a fucking lie. Trump's exaggerating here. The US-Mexico border isn't the most dangerous fucking place on the planet by far. But what is the major issue with the US-Mexican border and that makes it dangerous? Is it like gang activity in the area? Or is it just like the lack of resources and like the heat? Because I know like New Mexico and the north of Mexico, that area is really hot, right? Is it the cartels? Is it, like just a lack of food and water supplies? The cartels. So what do the cartels do on the border? Do they just go about killing people? Do they kidnap people? So what do the cartels do on the border that makes it dangerous? Human and child trafficking. Yeah, it's the cartels. Who is the chief cartel at the moment? Yeah, what? Drugs, human trafficking. I think it's Mexicans. Yeah. Murder. Okay.
And they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting.
They fight for access points in the borders.
It's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
I like his language here. I like Trump's language. He's very smart. He's saying the will of the people, right? He's enforcing. He's emphasizing the point of U.S. democracy. Freedom, the will of the people. Democracy is a country of the people, for the people, by the people, but the people are retarded. It's good. He's hitting on values that are key to the American blood and spirit. He's using good choice of language here from Trump. The will of the people.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states. I'll let you do that.
Trump is good at appealing to populism. He is. He's very good at doing that. That's actually why I quite like him. It's really funny watching him speak. Like, from my perspective, it's almost insulting watching Trump speak because I know he's deliberately trying to just sledgehammer at my emotions. But I think it's entertaining, personally.
This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal
Who are you, young lady?
On how
Where am
far
I?
into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters.
That's not what she literally just finished her question. She wants to know, do you support a limit on when a woman can have an abortion? And you say, I support Roe v. Wade. What does that mean, Joe? What do you mean?
First time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between
Trump's
the doctor.
face. Even Trump's like, what?
The woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making that decision. That's
Trump's
how it
body
should be run.
language.
That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
He didn't.
That means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the governor, former governor of Virginia.
Is that true? Do you terminate children after birth in the United States? Can you do that? Like, the baby's come out of the woman's stomach. You've got a physical baby that she's held in her arms, and then you can kill that baby. No way. You can't. No, you're making no way. No. That's fucking murder. That is fucking ridiculous. In the 21st century, you can actually give birth to a child and fucking kill them. That's mental. I had no idea you could do that. That is disgusting. I'm sorry. As someone who is pro-abortion, that's too far. That's fucking crazy. Who's the cunt who's killing these babies as well? What fucking psychopath would kill a born baby? Is it doctors who are the ones who are killing the babies? These kinds of people, what monster could kill a child who's a born child? Fucking hell. That's mental. That's, oh my fucking hell. Fuck me. I'm learning some things about America tonight, boys. God, Jesus Christ. You all need Jesus, unironically.
Put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
Apparently they do, Trump.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's
Biden's face. He's like, "Is that true? Is that right?" So what does Roe v. Wade say on abortions, guys? So so according to apparently Trump says on Roe v. Wade, you can kill a child at 9 months. Is the limit on Roe v. Wade 9 months, or can you kill a child at basically any point under Roe v. Wade? What's the actual policy? What is it? A policy? A law? What does it say? It says words. Yeah. What's the term limit on Roe v. Wade? It's 3 semesters.
a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go.
Oh, how old's the United States now? 1776. 1776. So the United States is 200 and nearly 50 years old, right? I think 240 years old. 250. Fucking hang on, my brain's not working. 1776, 70, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, nearly the United States is nearly 250 years old, and this policy has been around for 51 years. That's only a quarter of the United States lifespan, Joe. It's not that long.
51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security.
Oh,
President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns.
I've been watching the news on what the asylum seekers and immigrants have been doing to New York. That's crazy. I mean, we have it really bad here in the UK as well, but some of the laws they have in New York, for example, where apparently in New York, if you manage to get yourself into like a house or an apartment in New York and you manage to live there for 30 days, you can fucking yoink that property. That's yours now. That's fucking mental. I'm sorry, but I don't care. I think New York is a no firearm state or something, isn't it? And that's just a tangent on there, by the way. How is New York not allowing firearms? How is that constitutional? Surely that's a violation of your Second Amendment rights in the first instance. But Honestly, if I were a New Yorker and a squatter had stolen one of my properties, I call the police say, no, this guy's been living in that apartment or whatever for 30 days. It's theirs now. I would shoot the person who broke into my house, and I'd shoot the police officers as well who were coming to get me. You know what I mean? I'd go full Pippa if, like, I got one of my properties stolen from me in New York because of these squatting rights. I'm sorry. I'm killing the squatter and I'm taking as many glowies with me as I can. Like, fuck that, dudes. I'll burn New York to the fucking ground if they steal my house.
Why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border.
No, not in Minecraft, Randolph. Not in Minecraft. In real life, I would.
With the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed me.
Can't get his words out. Can't even talk. Get the asylums.
Endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where...
Endorse your position. What is your position, Joe? You haven't fucking said anything. What is your position? You've just been...
When he was president, he was separating babies.
We don't want to know what Trump was doing when he was president and what he was doing about babies. Joe, what's your what answer for your immigration fuck up, Joe? What's going on with the immigration, man? What's going on with the border? Come on now.
From their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done.
Oh, okay. Is he talking about the separation of babies from immigrant families?
That now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue.
Even I know that's horseshit. Immigration was never, curtailing immigration was never better under Trump, I believe. He wanted to build the wall, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
Continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
Okay. So what Biden's saying there is that he's going to introduce more border agents and he's going to increase the number of stations on the southern border to deal with the immigration crisis the United States currently has. I guess that's one way you could tackle it, but that's like, if you consider immigration to be a weed, what Joe here is suggesting is basically like cutting the weed without removing the roots. And obviously the American taxpayer is going to have to pay for all these federal agents now and for these extra stations on the southern border, which will probably lead to tax increases or further government bloat and waste. So I guess if I were Trump here, I would argue the point of eliminating the causal factors that want and allow for, the immigrants to illegally enter the country. So let's see where Trump is going to go with this one.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look,
just Trump directly comes in there with Joe doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't even know what he just said. And then Joe's looking at him and he's like, how does he know? How does he know he's on to me? Oh shit, he knows my game plan. Fuck, we've been running out, boys. Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum.
Like Faith Connect, like Leah, for example.
Terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now. All terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the...
This is the thing I love about Trump, right? Is he essentially what Trump is saying here is that fucking all the immigrants coming to the United States are like terrorists and criminals and they're from prisons. So Trump will say shit like this and then in the very next sentence he'll say, I love Mexican people, and everyone chaps and clears and they're like, yay, Trump. That's what I love about Trump. Oh, the man's an entertainer. Oh, hey, Azores. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, Battle Buddy. How's it going, Azores? As an American, I'm sorry you had to watch this. It's not polite to bully the elderly and senile like this. You know, on a serious note, Azores, I completely agree with you. This isn't fun. Actually isn't funny. I mean, it kind of is hilarious, but it's actually quite sad and, I dare say, quite humiliating that the most powerful man in the world, the leader of the free world, the man who's in charge of the United States, the greatest country in the world, the greatest country in the planet, is basically a corpse puppet who doesn't know where the fuck he is or what he's saying. I hate Rishi Sunak. I hate the state of British politics because basically the Prime Minister of the UK is a foreign national who's more loyal to India than he is his own country. But goddamn, at least Rishi is a human being with cognition. You know what I mean? Jokes aside, was honestly surprised by how restrained Trump was during this debate. I'm not actually surprised with how restrained Trump here is being. As Napoleon said, never interrupt an enemy when he's making his mistake. Trump here knows that all he needs to do is get his points across and let Joe just talk himself and the Democrat Party into a grave. But I think, honestly, the 4D chess move here for the Republicans is to actually save Joe when he goes too far, because the Republicans will want someone like Joe in charge of the Democrat Party because he makes them look really good and he's an easy target. So you actually want someone like Joe as your enemy. You don't want to go too hard because they're going to get rid of him and replace him perhaps with someone incompetent and actually intelligent, right? And you don't want that. You don't want your opposition leader to be competent. Thank you very much for the £5, Hagfish. I dare you replace the Border Force Patrol with an NHS GP receptionist and let's see who gets in. That's a good reference. For you guys who don't know, by the way, in the United Kingdom, if you want to go see, I think in the US you call it a family doctor. So if you want to go see a family doctor in the United Kingdom, you have to first call your local GP surgery to get an appointment, and then your GP essentially signs you off and says, yes, okay, I'm now going to contact a hospital and confirm this is what's wrong with you, so you can go have your appointment to get seen. So the way the GP surgeries work in the UK is that you have to, the GP surgeries only have about 15 appointments a day, and you have to call in to get one of those 15 slots. So you can imagine the problem with this is that the GPs open at 8 o'clock. So the GP surgeries open at 8, and by 10 seconds past 8 o'clock, all 15 of those slots are gone. And you can imagine what the problem is, particularly when you have open borders and mass immigration, is that all those 15 slots will be taken up by some immigrants, like, you know, grandparents who've never paid into the system all their lives. And because they don't have jobs and they don't do anything, they have the time to be up at like 6 o'clock in the morning waiting to call in and get that GP slot. So that's like the problem. Was one of the major points we have in the UK is that you can't even get seen by the NHS because people just take those slots inside of 10 seconds.
Middle East, everywhere, all over the world, they're pouring in.
Obama definitely not getting a fourth term.
Just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. Yeah. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that.
They did.
They endorsed
That's
me
true.
for
I know
president.
That. They did.
Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people.
And let me tell you guys this right now. Let me tell you guys this right now. Okay. You think the southern border's bad. Give it 5-6 years, right? And the problems in the southern border are going to be nothing compared to your northern border when the Canadians and their open border immigration crisis leads to millions, and I do mean millions, of Indians and Canadians who are escaping their own retarded policies come fucking flooding through your northern border under the T1N visas. You think you've got a problem on the southern border? Oh boy, your kooky neighbors to the north are gonna RKO you guys out of nowhere. I hope you're ready for that shit. Millions of Mexicans from the south, millions of Indians from the north, and fucking Canadians too. Just wait.
People are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
President Trump. President
Biden. Hey. They gave Joe a lot of time to speak and waffle on about his point. They cut Trump off just when he was getting to the good part.
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, and his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in and his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said.
To be fair to Joe, he's actually, I don't know if he's absolutely right here, but yeah, he's called Trump out on his hyperbole here. I don't know if that thing about the terrorist statistics is true, but you got to give Joe credit here. He's caught Trump out on a hyperbole and probably a lie and an exaggeration, and this is actually quite a coherent and rational a rational argument here that kind of puts a bit of a torpedo in Trump's credibility here. So I know Trump likes to exaggerate things. He likes to be dramatic, and he gets like really passionate and fired up to, you know, really encourage his audience. But when you go too far with the lies, even Sleepy Joe here can hit him with the facts.
Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
There we go, he's exaggerating his
President Trump,
probably
staying on the topic
true.
of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation
Captain
in American
Joe.
history,
Good to see you,
unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouse...
I don't like the question here. This is a leading question, and it's a bit of a ridiculous question. So the moderator here is asking Trump if he's going to document every single illegal who's coming through the border. That's impossible. You can't do that. Every reasonable person knows you can't possibly document and track every single illegal who's coming over the border. So they're setting Trump up here with a bad question, I think.
Are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi.
Biden's face. Oh, bless him, that poor man.
And Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are...
Biden's face, he's like, huh? Is that true? I don't know. Is that true? Did we kill hundreds of thousands of people? Is Trump telling the truth here, though? Did hundreds of thousands of people die? That seems like a very big number.
Living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens.
Ooh, wow, that's a very damning indictment there from Trump. He's not, again, no, he isn't going into the specifics of what policies from Joe Biden specifically are leading to the deaths of people in the blue states. Well, it's the fact that their fucking mayors are retard Democrats is the problem, I think, personally. But go on, Trump. We want specifics, but I don't think the Americans care about specifics, do you? You just want someone to confirm what you instinctually believe. Thank you very much for the $5 as always. Again, Joe looks like someone who just swiped his ice cream right out of his hand. Yeah, bless him. I think the reference I made earlier was that Joe looks like someone who's falling asleep during math class, and then the teacher asks him to answer the question, and he hasn't been paying attention, so he doesn't know what the fuck is going on. I remember in high school we watched a CNN segment about how US... sorry, thank you very much for the $5, Captain Joe, my buddy. Also, thank you very much for those night train things, Captain Joe. I actually really enjoyed that. You're going to get me into the train hobby now. I thought that was really cool. I remember in high school we watched a CNN segment about how US troops deployed to Syria was Trump's fault in the fall of 2016. That's fucking stupid. Yeah.
At a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible.
12 years old.
What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it.
Again, Trump with Again, that's a very clever maneuvering here from Trump. He's appealing to people's emotions. He's emphasizing the human cost, because what Biden was doing is Biden framed this crisis with the terrorists and the deaths of the free people. He framed that as just a statistic, right? He was like, oh, 3 people died. Whereas Trump is obviously using word. He's saying brilliant, lovely young woman, 12 years old, funerals, the poor mother who suffered. Again, Trump here intelligently going for the emotional angle. Biden just looking at it as a numbers game, which makes him look like a bit of a psychopath, honestly.
He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, or we have to get them out fast, because they're going to destroy our country. Yeah. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places.
They're living in luxury hotels in the United Kingdom as well. It's great. It's even affecting my area, and I live in the US equivalent of like the deep countryside Western Tennessee, and they're all fucking here as well. My tax money is going on giving fucking chances from North Africa, India, and Pakistan like 500 fucking pounds a week, and they just loiter around smoking cigarettes and buying fucking, Kanye's shoes and shit. It's horrible.
Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all.
Exactly.
And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. Mm-hmm. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice, that I got through Congress, all of the different things.
What did he say there? Choice. What was that? What's choice? Choice?
Through Congress. He doesn't like all the things that I approve. All the things, because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse.
Joe, stop falling asleep.
I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice, that I got through Congress.
Oh, you literally just mean choice.
Different things I approved.
Take care, Mr. Grabs.
They abandoned.
Take care, buddy. Thank you very much.
By far the highest, and now it's down
choice
in less
of doctor
than half.
through veteran care stuff.
Because he's done all these great things that we did, and I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people.
No, let him finish.
And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with what Trump said there. Everything he said is bang on. It's not just the United States who's suffering from this problem. We've got it in Western Europe too. All the Western European countries are suffering the same problem. What you'll notice about these migration patterns is that they're skipping over the poor European countries. They're not stopping. Well, some people are, but right, they're moving right over Greece. They're moving right over Italy. They're going right over Hungary and Poland. They're coming to France. They're coming to England. They're not going to Scotland, by the way. Even if they do get dropped off in Scotland, they come across the northern border from Scotland to come into England, because Scotland is a very poor country and England was a very rich country. They're going to Scandinavia because the Scandinavians have a very, very rich, very generous social welfare system. And if something doesn't get done about it, the system is going to collapse. We're not just going to financially collapse. It's going to be a demographic collapse as well that people don't seem to care about enough.
Every single thing he said is a lie.
Yeah, they can't even get to Poland because the Poles don't let them.
Veterans are a hell of a lot better off since they passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now.
Why are you talking? What the fuck? Why is he talking about Agent Orange all of a sudden? What does Vietnam have to do with anything? Unless I'm missing something. Were there any other situations in which the US used Agent Orange? Agent Orange, my beloveds. Yeah. When I think Agent Orange, that's the tree. That's like the foliage removal chemical that they used in the Vietnam War, which, that really fucked over the Vietnamese people. That was awful, Agent Orange, honestly. But yeah.
And he opposed, his group opposed that.
I don't know why he's talking about the Vietnam War. Joe, it's 2024. Did Joe serve in Vietnam, by the way? I know Trump dodged the draft with his quote-unquote bone spurs. What did Joe do? What did Joe do during the Vietnam War? Did he serve, or did he dodge it as well?
My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma.
Joe skipped, yeah, of course he did.
In France for D-Day. And I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery World War I cemetery he refused to go to.
Which one, Joe? The World War II cemetery? The World War I cemetery? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me,
4-star general?
Because they're a bunch of losers and suckers.
Out of curiosity, Joe, how many men does a 4-star general command? What's the role of a 4-star general, Joe?
My son was not a loser, was not a sucker.
Agent Orange D-Day in like 10 seconds, yeah.
President Trump?
Yeah, Trump did dodge it.
First of all, that was a made-up
quote,
quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him.
Joe's gone to sleep again.
We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better
Joe's face. He's horrified. He's just woken up from his nap again. Oh, where am I? Are we still going?
care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have
This is a very memeable face Joe's got on right now. He's visibly confused. He doesn't understand what Trump's going on about. Not because Trump is rambling on. He's genuinely, right now, he can't comprehend where the fuck he is and what's going on.
15 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history.
That was a bit of sass from Joe there. The idea that I have to apologize to you about anything, that was actually pretty based. That's pretty fucking fair play, Joe. Yeah, good. I'll give Joe a point there. That was good.
Now or their family, the only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families, and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what
you say. He says these things, but I think his actions don't confirm what he's saying. Unfortunately, the VA is not in a good state currently.
VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year.
Yeah.
Former
God, 3 years,
Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if...
I love the way Americans say Putin, by the way. I say Putin, as in Putin, whereas you guys go Putin. I like it. Putin.
Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed, and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had.
Yeah, Joe Biden isn't the commander or chief of anything, quite frankly. I think we've all established that. Joe does what Joe tries to do what he's told. He doesn't do what he's told. He tries, bless him. I hear Barack Obama is behind the scenes, so I think Barack Obama is the commander-in-chief of the United States at the moment.
They can't stand him. So let's get that straight.
Yeah.
And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a president that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine.
That might be true, Putin didn't invade. I'm saying it now. Putin didn't invade Ukraine under Trump's watch. It's a good point.
A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. They talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers.
Joe, don't grin like a fucking psychopath when people are talking about the deaths of millions of people. Joe, wipe that smile off your face. It doesn't look good.
He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
Joe,
that when
stop
Putin
laughing. It's
watched
not funny.
And he saw the incompetence that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost. But he
was he referring to General Mattis, sir? Is General Mattis the 4-star general he's talking about?
Have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers and 38
13 beautiful soldiers. Soldiers are many things. Beautiful, I would not call them. But yes, the US withdrawal from Afghanistan was very, very fucking bad. It was way too fast. It was way too quick. It was poorly planned. The Afghan National Army that we've spent, 15 years, 11, 12? How long were we in Afghanistan for again? I always get confused about how long Western forces were in Afghanistan because the United Kingdom pulled out in 2012. I think in the US you stayed there until 20 years, was it? Yeah, I can't remember when the US pulled out of Afghanistan. I know when the UK did. But 20 years of building up the Afghan National Army, and they collapsed in, 2 weeks? Oh, yeah, not a good look.
8 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind.
That's a very good point, by the way. The worst thing about the US withdrawal from Afghanistan is that you left a lot of your fucking people behind, right? And that's one of the good things about NATO and the alliances that people don't talk about. I personally, I'm not a big fan of NATO these days. I think they're getting a bit too political and interfering in the politics of nation states these days. But a lot of Americans were evacuated by British, French, and even some Italian forces as well, right? So NATO does foster that collective, defense partnership, which is a good thing from the organization.
When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference.
Yeah, so what Trump here is saying, right, is he's saying that basically Putin saw the weakness in America's withdrawal from Afghanistan, and he saw that as a great opportunity to go in there and swoop Ukraine. So I don't know how familiar with international relations and military history you guys are, right? But I have my bachelor's degree in it, and military history and IR is something I've basically been interested in since I was 4 years old. And if there's one thing that I've really quickly learned from history, and it applies in the modern day, even with all our strategic alliances and stuff, organizations like United Nations and treaties, the sad reality even today, right, about how alliances work is if you can invade a country and win that war before the Western powers have time to mobilize and come to a decision on what to do about it, they're perfectly happy to just let that country fucking collapse and fall into enemy hands. So the reason why Putin invaded Ukraine is because he thought that the Russian army would go in there, sweep Ukraine, and take it in a couple weeks. And if Putin did manage to accomplish that, then the Western powers would have just held their hands up and gone, oh, well, you know what, he's got it now, fuck that. We ain't going to war over Ukraine, he can have it. That is fundamentally how power politics in the modern era still works. If you're a somewhat strong power who can cause a lot of deaths and political inconveniences in the Western alliance, as long as you engage in salami tactics, which is where you take countries slice by slice, or you take targets which aren't worth a major mobilization effort from the West, then you can grab that shit and hold on to it, as long as you stick to a kind of 2-week, maybe 1 month long window. Unfortunately for Putin, the Ukrainians held out far longer than he anticipated they would. And even so, the West still really dragged their heels and didn't want to throw themselves into that conflict until it became politically expedient for them to not do so. So yeah, it's like Europeans in particular, do think that in the event they're attacked by a non-NATO power, that the United States is just going to come to the rescue and save them. But I think the war in Ukraine should have hopefully at this point shown people that the first rule of international relations is that people will break their defense treaties if the cost is too high. So hopefully Europe will learn from Ukraine and want to become independent and not not get complacent in thinking that American boys and girls are going to exhaust the treasury and die on their behalf. I tried to join the army in 2019. Thank you very much for the $20, Captain Joe. Thank you very much, my friend. It's very generous of you. Thank you very much. I tried to join the army in 2019. My grandpa and family trained me for the Vietnam early I don't know what basic training is. When I got home and told them what happened, they were mortified at how soft the actual training was. Yeah, things have changed over time. But here's the thing, though. I read a comment there. To be fair, Ukraine isn't in NATO. Ukraine isn't in NATO, that's true. But the point is that it's allowing Russia to have Ukraine is very bad for the West, because Ukraine has a lot of warm water ports that will boost Russia's ability to deploy its naval presence to basically harass and prevent, Western deployments in that region. And it also massively increases the expeditionary capability of the Russians, because now they're able to project that power to they now have a much further reach over Western Europe. So even though Ukraine isn't in NATO, it is a country that's important enough that it's tricky. Personally, I don't think Ukraine is worth Western powers getting into a hot war over. But you really don't want to give up Ukraine for free, even if they're not in NATO. Poland, I think, is the furthest west that, realistically speaking, you could let Russia go without going into a hot war. I do think that, in a sense, the Baltic states in Ukraine is expendable, but you don't want to give the Baltics and Ukraine away for free, basically.
It says he never would have invaded Ukraine.
Yeah,
never.
Russia has a habit of breaking treaties and engaging in salami tactics, exactly.
In a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me.
You're absolutely right, Rod Gunn. You never trust anything that a Russian politician. You don't trust Russia. Basically, the two rules in international relations is you don't trust the fucking thing the French say. You don't trust the fucking thing the Russians say. At the end of the day.
Anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
Blowing up? Damn.
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Biden's got the cat claws up tonight.
We're in a situation where, let's take the last point first.
Oh, he remembered the point even.
American troops cause brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president, they attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place. Number one. Number two.
Has he got him there? Is that true? Malarkey? I wouldn't need malarkey. Bandit Brothers, good show.
We got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift.
Okay, you got hundreds of thousands of Americans out, but the point is you didn't get them all out, Joe. You left Americans behind, and I believe in the American psyche, in the American spirit, you have a very strong emphasis on leaving no one behind, right? So explain that one.
Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine,
I don't actually know what the hell he's talking about regarding brain damage. Me neither.
Trump, do whatever you want. And do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him. Do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Yeah. Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Yeah. Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump.
That was just a little waffle. What was that about? There was no point being made. Joe didn't even make a point. He just said things. I don't even know what the question was. There was no substance to that comment.
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine.
Yeah. To be fair, this is good. Finally, some good moderation here. She's trying to bring it back to the question. I'd forgotten what the fucking question was because these two are just waffling on about shit, about what they did and didn't do. So, yeah, okay.
Acceptable. No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever.
Oh, God. I love some of the terms Trump uses here. Oh, that's very controversial. There's some very controversial comments there from Trump. Particularly Zelensky is seen in many areas as the people's hero, particularly in Europe. We love Zelensky in Europe. I do think, whatever you think of Zelensky from the American perspective, you have to admire how good Zelensky is, I guess, at, farming money and support from the United States. You have to, if you look at it from the Ukrainian perspective, Zelensky is doing a very good job as the president of Ukraine. It's I don't know. We're getting into the territory as to whether Ukraine should have surrendered or continued to fight, but I think that the vast majority of Ukrainians would rather things turn out as they have than surrender to Russia. Right? They do want to maintain being an independent sovereign state. So you assume if that's what the majority of Ukrainians do want, then Zelensky has been doing, I think, a very good job at continuing. Ensuring Ukraine's in a position to continue to fight. But I appreciate that a lot of Americans aren't happy with all the money and support that you're giving to Ukraine because you don't see it as your war. And obviously this is money that could be spent helping Americans at home. Because this is the thing with governments, right? Is that whenever it comes to financing help for the homeless or struggling Americans, the government always says that there's no money, there's nothing that can be done, or that if you want this thing, we need to tax the common man more. Yet politicians always manage to find trillions or several hundred billions of dollars to help, foreign states like Israel or Ukraine. And I always find it fascinating how normies and general Joe public never kind of cotton on to that, and then, kind of protest and hold their politicians to account when they're like, so 3 years ago, you said that there's no money in the Treasury to deal with the homelessness crisis, and there's no money to build housing or improve the infrastructure. Yet somehow we found $1 trillion to send rockets to a foreign state, right? Hey, Eric, good to see you, buddy. How you doing, my friend?
And I'm not knocking him.
Don't question the military-industrial complex.
I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
Yeah. Again, it depends. You have to look at this, right, from you look at this from the American perspective, and you look at this from the Ukrainian perspective. If the shoe were on the other foot, let's say Mexico, for example, was a superpower akin to Russia, and the United States was a weaker power like Ukraine. I mean, think about this honestly. Do you think you, as Americans, do you think you guys would? Well, I mean, the War of 1776, when you were being attacked by the British Empire, that came to put you into compliance. Did you guys think that resisting the British Crown was a needless waste of your treasury and lives, or did you guys brazenly go into combat against the British for the sake of your independence, for the sake of your freedom, for the sake of your rights? You chose to fight, even though it could have gone really, really fucking badly. And at points, the Revolutionary War did look like you guys were about to lose, but you stuck to it. And I don't think most of you guys would think that was stupid or pointless, needless war. So even though Ukraine's losing, and I think likely Ukraine will lose a war, or at least they will enter some kind of peace where a good chunk of the Ukraine is surrendered to the Russian Federation. I think the attitude of most Ukrainians is, win or lose, they would have been happy to have fought and at least tried to preserve their sovereignty rather than just immediately surrendering to the Russians.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. Yeah. That's what he wants.
Yeah,
and
then
do you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when
he won't.
if he takes Ukraine?
Nope.
What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those nations?
It might be a hot take, but given how much Russia struggled with Ukraine, they could probably take the Baltics as well. I don't think Russia has it in it to beat Poland. Honestly, I do think Poland could stop Russia. The Polish would gladly destroy themselves to destroy Russia. I think, honestly, so, yeah, I think they'd succeed in that task. Hey, Lion, good to see you, my friend. How are you? Just saw you alive. Going to the beginning and watch this whole shit show. Okie dokie. What evidence do you have that you won't stop? The fact that in the last, how long has it been now? 20 years, Putin continuously makes land grabs at states he thinks are weak enough for a quick win. He tried to take Georgia. He's currently taking Ukraine. This is the second, well, I mean, technically speaking, in some regards, the Ukraine war's been going on since 2014. If he gets away with Georgia and Ukraine without any major resistance, why wouldn't he take the Balkans? Because the West isn't going to fucking risk a hot war over the Baltic states. Sorry, I said Balkans, I meant Baltic states. He might stop at Poland, but yeah, if I were in the Baltic states right now, if I were Estonia, I absolutely would believe that any day now Putin would send his little green men across the border to take that state. Crimea as well. Yeah, exactly. He took Crimea.
Countries. And so if you want a war, you ought to find...
If they hit the Baltics, then Article 5 would kick in there. You say that, Dragon Lord of Thunder. Again, remember, Britain and France broke their promises to Czechoslovakia during World War II. So, yeah, we've got these so-called binding agreements like Article 5. The thing you need to remember is that as soon as it becomes really inconvenient, nation-states will put their fingers in their ear and refuse to honour agreements if the costs are too high for it. Thank you very much for joining the Gentleman Lion. Thank you very much, my friends. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah, guys. Thank you. There's some decent points in this debate, but it's going to get overshadowed by the weird parts of it. Yeah, I'm just having a good old time tonight, honestly, random VTuber edit. So we're kind of tangenting right now into international relations. I don't know anything about American politics, but I'm just having a good old time watching this and talking to you guys about this stuff. Because I am genuinely interested in politics, IR, and military history. I'm not some kind of debate bro. I actually do like talking about this stuff academically and as a hobbyist as well.
Out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have...
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't care about the Russia-Ukraine war anymore, unfortunately. Call me a cunt and I don't know, a Nazi or whatever. I honestly don't care anymore. But I thought it was a combination of both. Aren't they giving Ukrainians money and weapons, right? It is both. It's not just weapons. They're also giving them cash, right? So I know this has always been the big concern about Ukraine, is Ukraine was and still is a very corrupt state, and people are worried about the Ukrainian leadership pocketing a lot of money they're getting from the West. Yeah, you've given both. Yeah, that's right. And the question is, right, I wouldn't be surprised when this war's over to find a lot of very, very, very wealthy Ukrainians who were previously, who are billionaires despite being politicians on a wage of like 100k rubles or whatever a month. Right?
Produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
They've been caught several times leaving the country with our money.
In October,
yeah, I figured they would be.
Attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages.
Oh, here we go, Israel.
Among those held and
I can't wait to see what you write in the comment section here. Here we go.
Israel's response has
Hey, Ninja Muffin. Thank you very much, my friend. You're very generous, Ninja Muffin. Thank you, my friend. You don't need to give me money, but thank you very much.
You've put forward a proposal to resolve this.
Understand a bit more about political conflicts on NewsX and about conflicts on funny British line on the internet. Thank you very much.
Conflict. But so far, Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza.
Yeah, the hostages are fucking dead. Hamas doesn't give a shit. Hamas doesn't value the life of its own people. What makes you think that Hamas would value the lives of the fucking Israelis they've kidnapped? I'm sorry, but those people are dead. And they didn't go quietly either.
What additional leverage
sadly.
will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, the hostilities between Israel and Hamas are never ending until one or both sides, until both of those, I don't know whether you call Hamas a nation state, but the conflict in that part of the globe is not going away until one or both of those guys are fucking gone. All right, that's an eternal war right there. And there's nothing the United States or any Western European country can do to stop or influence the conflict between Israel and Hamas. It's like thinking Italy would have an impact over the US Civil War. It's like, no, the Confederates and the Union are not going to fucking listen to Italy and put aside their differences.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. What's
the plan?
Which has 3 stages to it.
Okay.
The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second.
Okay, step 1, trade the hostages for the ceasefire. What if they're dead? What do we do then? Your plan has immediately failed in the first instance.
Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions.
Okay.
The third phase is no.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he miss stage 2? Hang on a minute. Stage 1, ceasefire for hostages. Stage 2, question mark. Stage 3.
No, the end of the war.
End of the war. Stage 3. Okay, stage 1, so trade the hostages for a ceasefire. We'll forget stage 2. Stage 3, war's over. All right. Good man. I like this plan. Yeah.
Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out.
Number one? What's number one?
Hard to get them to accept.
What's pushing hard? What's pushing hard? He did question mark the prophet, yeah.
In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel.
The thing is, in Israel, the only thing I've denied in what?
was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent.
2,000-pound bombs don't work very well in populated areas. I'm sorry, Joe. I'll have to disagree with you on that one. Why don't you ask the citizens of Dresden in 1944 what they think about the effectiveness of 2,000-pound bombs? I'll tell you what, Joe. They wouldn't be able to answer you because the British fucking killed them all. That's why.
We're providing Israel with all the weapons.
Is that the point? Is he saying 2,000 bombs are a bad thing for people?
I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental.
Why are you talking about Iran? This is Israel and Hamas. I know Iran is linked to Hamas, right? But again, he's not answering the question.
Ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest.
You can see Trump here. Trump really wants to interrupt him and say, "What the fuck are you going on about, Joe?" But then he holds himself back. He's like, "No, just let him speak. Just let him speak."
Producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world, and so they're 2 different things.
Yeah, see, Trump's happy now. Trump's smiling.
We continue to.
He's like, Trump's enjoying himself now. He's like, where's this going? I don't know. I'm just having a good old time tonight.
By the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas. Greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for what.
Oh, Joe took a stance there. Did you hear that? He said Hamas should be eliminated. So you don't agree to a ceasefire then, Joe, actually. So Joe said he agrees to a ceasefire, but now he's saying Hamas needs to be eliminated. Oh, God, that's going to cost them the Muslim vote.
Using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together.
Joe's face. Why is the moderator allowing Trump to go back to Ukraine? We've gone past Ukraine now. This is about Israel and Hamas. These CNN moderators is shit. They can't do their job. They're awful.
Have spent $100 billion.
Sorry, again, I would say no, Trump. You can't go back to Ukraine for a second. We're talking about Israel and Hamas. These guys can't even rig this fucking debate properly. CNN are fucking useless.
Maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have...
I don't really get what Trump means there by saying he's a Palestinian, a weak Palestinian. Is he calling him a Palestinian sympathizer? Palestine Joe? I don't get what Trump's point there is. Maybe I don't know enough about what Biden's stance on the Israel-Hamas war is. Trump did say he'd acknowledge Palestine as a country. Interesting. I didn't know that. I bet Trump jumped topics because it'll throw Jones' mind off every time. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, if you've got someone who's confused and is desperately trying to stick to a script, then yeah, I guess that's a good strategy. You keep jumping around all over the place, breaks the conditioning, and he can't keep on topic. Good idea. Hey, Tempest.
Have a minute?
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO.
Oh,
the idea that
those little Trump faces. Well, I don't get why Trump does that little kissy face. What does that Trump kissy face mean? Is that like a maybe face?
we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid.
Our strength lies in the alliances. Yeah, but then how many people in NATO pay the bare minimum of the 2% into their GDP for defense? Not very many, especially Canada. Canada's free riding off of the United States at the moment because Canada knows, given its position, any foreign power that messes with Canada messes with the United States because it's too strategically, it's too strategically bad for the United States if something were to happen to Canada. So would you call that an alliance? I'd call that exploitation, personally, from a nation that's supposed to be your friend. Canada's spending all its money on lining its politicians' pockets, and it's perfectly happy to potentially let American boys and girls die for their freedom and their sovereignty. Would you call that a strong alliance and a partnership? I'd call that a fucking mooching piece of shit, personally.
Avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe. What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into...
You're absolutely right, Dragon Lord of Thunder. We do grossly pad our spending into NATO by factoring wages and pensions and shit. Yeah, and we've got very generous pensions in HM forces. You serve 20 years in HM forces, you can spend the rest of your life on that pensionship money and live like fucking James Bond. British military pensions are really good.
Into NATO. We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then.
I don't think Russia's going to Poland.
And by the way, I got 50 other...
I don't think Russia will fuck with Poland. The Russians know that Poland is a bridge too far. Yeah, everyone knows that the Polish would gladly kill themselves to kill Russia. As much as the Russians may want Poland back, there's a very long and rich historical tradition of Russia getting its ass kicked by the Polish. I know people talk about the occupation of Poland in World War II, but people forget the war before that in the 1920s, that, the Polish dealt a very bloody nose to the Russians, and they did again before that.
Nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole.
Canada likes to get some lenience because we buy a lot of oil from them and maple syrup. Yeah, but here's the thing about Canada, though, guys, is that why do you pay Canada for shit when you could just take it? Like one single U.S. Army division could probably take all of Canada, right? You could right now. Canada's in a state, right, where if the United States invaded Canada, Alberta and Saskatchewan would probably welcome you guys as liberators. Probably even fucking British Columbia at this rate. At least 3 Canadian provinces would welcome you as liberators if you marched across the border. Why are you paying for their resources? Just take it. Because we're not British. Yeah, true.
No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, Would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see.
I don't like that question. That's a leading question. Would you support an independent Palestinian state to bring peace to the region? It wouldn't fucking bring peace to the region, would it? Israel constantly the Palestinians they've tried to set up an independent Palestinian state several times, and each time Hamas says no, because they don't want to settle for anything more than the complete eradication of the Israeli state. That's what the Palestinians want. They don't want their own independent state. They want to destroy Israel, is what they want at this point.
But before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations, because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this.
That's true.
I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. Yeah. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months.
He's absolutely right. Again, the problem is with NATO, right? Is that it's like a temperamental teenager who's living under your roof, right? You ask them for rent, they don't want to pay the rent. You say, okay, if you're not going to pay rent, then get the fuck out of my house. All of a sudden, they start ponying up the money for rent. You can't, like, if you let people free ride off of you, they will free ride off of you. So yeah, honestly, I don't believe Trump genuinely wants to leave NATO. He's just grandstanding to scare the fuck out of the Europeans into paying their fair share. And that is absolutely the right play for the Americans. They should be doing that, because Europe will happily completely demilitarize and get you guys to pay for everything. If you do it right. If you guys are going to be suckers, then Europe will happily like mooch off of you. So yeah, I do think Trump's right here. He does need to basically threaten. He just need to threaten NATO and Europeans that he'll pull out unless they pay their fair share. And it's worked, as he said. They have started paying a lot more ever since it's kind of shown to be a bit flaky as to whether the United States will support NATO over the Russia stuff. I mean, particularly, right, what's Europe going to do if things get worse in China and Taiwan and their focus shifts to that region of the world instead? I don't think at that point the United States is going to be none too happy to, start throwing in more money and resources over states like Estonia. Thank you very much for the $2, Dolly Devil Cookie. Thank you very much, my friend. I'm in Alberta, and we can see lots of MAGA hats here. Yeah, as Tempest said, I think Alberta is basically like the Texas of Canada. It does have some very striking similarities to Texas in Alberta. You've even got like the biggest rodeo in the world as well, right? The Alberta thing.
But now
like the
we're
Alberta
in the same
rodeo.
position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated...
Oh, God, this Capitol, this January 6th shit pisses me off. No, January 6th wasn't an attempt at a revolution. No, Trump didn't support the fucking overthrow of like the democratic system of the United States. And even if he did, right, let's just go over it. Even if Trump did intend for a revolution on January 6th, the founding fathers, right, would have said that was based as fuck, okay? Like, the founding fathers would have loved that shit, right? January 6th was American as fuck.
Counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think.
Well, I would have told them, you're fucking retarded. Please go kill yourselves, or at least don't procreate. Educate yourselves and shut the fuck up and fuck off to China if you don't like it. That's what I would have said.
Too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. Mm-hmm. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected.
No, you weren't. No, that's a lie. But yeah, go on.
And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people.
Yeah, that's true. That's
what
true.
happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. Yeah. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was...
Trump, he ain't got much time. Again, and Trump is waffling on. He needs to be very direct. He needs to get to the point here quicker. He should say, I didn't say those things. These are lies. Fake news, crooked Hillary, the mainstream media. Sorry, I can't do a Trump. But yeah, I didn't say those things. These are lies. January 6th was based. It wasn't a revolution. Next question.
Responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the
Trump,
mayor
what are you going on about?
In writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down. The mayor of D.C. They turned it down.
He's waffling.
I offered 10,000.
He's tangenting worse than I am.
I could see. I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. Yeah. And I said, they ought to have some
Are you feeling it
National
now,
Guard
Mr.
or whatever.
Krabs?
And I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
Oh, okay.
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He said,
okay, so if he encouraged people to go to the Capitol building, fine. But did he encourage them to do so in a revolutionary manner? Did he encourage them to interfere in the democratic process? No, he just said, if you want to go to the Capitol building, then you can go for it. What's wrong with that? Didn't say anything about disruption. Didn't say anything, nothing like that. What's the problem?
Sat there for 3 hours. 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America.
That's true. These people are patriots, whether you like it or not. The United States was literally founded on revolution.
He says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to...
Commute? What does the word commute mean, by the way? That's really embarrassing to say. I don't know what the word commute means. But yeah, personally, I'd let all those people who participated in January 6th free, as long as they didn't actually commit any crimes. Yeah, based as fuck.
Every single court in the nation. I don't know how
they
many
think what
cases,
they did was illegal.
Scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if commute means means limit, like reduce the sentences or remove, like, the charges. I don't know if commute means to reduce or to eliminate the charges, basically. Hey, Eliza, how's it going, buddy? Well, I should call you buddy. All right, Sheila, how's it going, mate? Don't have the old man debate, instead decide the political leaders through medieval-style tournaments. Oh, yeah, that'd be fucking based. Imagine an MMA match to determine who the next leader of the United States would be. That'd be great.
This guy.
Nope, he stirred them up, and they literally want to kill the people in those buildings. I'll have to go off and do some independent research on that. I don't know, that sounds a bit too That sounds a bit too far, Apache. I don't know. That sounds a bit. I don't think that. Maybe one or two did, but I don't think most people who attended January 6th had any intentions other than to like have a bit of fun and try to demonstrate their patriotism for the United States in a very like weird kind of way.
This guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who.
Oh no, Joe! They shouldn't be in jail.
He wants to let them all out, and now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
What they've done to some people that are so innocent.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point, Zebra. They were invited in as well. So if they were invited in to have like a little walk around or whatever in the Capitol building, then clearly the security forces and police forces themselves didn't think that the January 6th protesters were a threat, right? So if these really were violent revolutionaries who were a security threat to the employees of the Capitol building, then why were they invited in, and why were they given tours? Huh? Explain that one.
Ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that.
What's the cities affected by this quote-unquote mass civil disturbance, guys? We've got Seattle, we've got Portland, I think New York as well, technically speaking. It's like the big tech areas, isn't it? California as well, not California, Los Angeles. Who's currently being severely affected by like the Black Lives Matter and the other, anarcho-communist riots? Like, what are the major cities being affected by this shit? Seattle, Portland, a bunch in the Midwest, New York, Minneapolis as well. Yeah. Oh God, that's this. I mean, we have the same problems in the UK as well, but it always just genuinely fucking. It's not funny anymore when people call these protests mostly peaceful, when we've got like fucking live camera footage of federal agents looking like Delta Force operators, like using fucking Roman like legionary testudo tactics to put down people in gas masks and balaclavas who are trying to fucking like kill people with hammers and shit, right? It's like, how do you let something get that bad, and then how does such a mayor continue to remain in power? It genuinely baffles my mind. If I were a mayor, right, of a major US city, and I was watching the news, I was watching federal agents looking like fucking Delta Force operators have to control and put down the riots in my city, I would resign in disgrace, personally.
Saw them coming and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all...
What's that? An Unselect Committee? What's that?
Gone now, out of office. And Democrats...
Take care, Merrick. Have a good evening, buddy. Thank you very much.
They destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
I don't know if that's true. I'll take his word for it.
The stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is,
what
he's telling
Biden got him with that one.
True. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody,
I don't think they should be convicted.
Broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over.
Okay, so when the January 6th protesters do it, was there anyone in the Capitol building at the time? It looked to me like it was empty. I don't know, do correct me on that one. But when these American conservatives break a couple windows, kick a couple doors in on kick the doors in on the Capitol building, then that's terrorism. They deserve to be arrested and put in prison. But when Black Lives Matter, when anarcho-communists are doing it in major US cities, that's fine. Apparently, that's nothing. That's just people exercising their democratic rights to protest. Yeah, it looks to me like it's one rule for one group of people, another rule for another.
Statutes. The idea that those people are patriots, come on. When I asked them the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys?
Okay, it was staffed as they were working on the election counts. Okay, yeah, it's kind of bad when there's actually staff like working in there, right? There's a risk of harm coming to people. But then at the same time, why weren't these people evacuated? They would have surely known that these protests were coming long in advance. Like they would have seen them coming down the street. There should have been an effort to evacuate them and empty the building.
He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
Well, he said he's going to treat their sentences.
Give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after.
I'm sorry. This is a joke. This is a joke, okay? But I had to say that when Trump became a convicted felon, one of the first comments I saw was that someone said, "Oh, so with this he secured the black vote." Then, fucking, oh god, you spicy boys, you fucking spicy boys.
Unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful.
Oh, I love that word,
now it's retribution. A failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times.
We want to see Biden's laptop. We want to see Hunter Biden's laptop.
Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border. Telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor.
I love the way
Otherwise,
Trump
you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo.
Ooh, fancy words.
We're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you had said, I'm coming right to you,
he's
sir.
already dead.
You want to respond?
Yeah,
the idea.
Your institutions are very fucking rigged and corrupt.
And
so are ours.
It's
I can't complain.
Lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before.
Is that true? I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure Hoover spoke like that as well, and Truman. But anyway, yeah. 3,
the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things?
Was Trump allegedly molesting a woman have to do anything?
While your wife was pregnant?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is a bit of a disgusting sleazeball, all right? He's a very alpha male is Donald Trump. But again, these attacks on his character, I don't understand what impact they have on the question in this debate. They have no impact. This is just an attack on his character.
You have the morals of an ally.
Oh, yeah, and Nixon, too. Good point.
Give your minute, sir.
Good point, Eric. How can I forget about Nixon?
Number one.
I am not a crook. I am not a criminal. I am Richard Nixon.
Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after
I do think
his
Nixon is
political
based,
opponent
honestly.
because
I
he
do
thought
like
he was going to
Nixon.
damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did?
And Biden's there. Biden's laughing because he's like, yeah, he's right. I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Period. Right now,
numbers went up way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy.
Nixon forgot the age-old rule of not getting caught in the act. What a noob. Yeah, Nixon's only crime is getting caught. Like, presidents do this shit all the time.
Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes.
I just want to say, I hate this our democracy and this American democracy, our British democracy shit. Whenever it's owning like the conservatives or it's owning the wrong thinkers, then it becomes, oh, they're a threat to our democracy. But then when it comes to anything else, it's like, you know what I mean? It's fucking sleazy, disgusting shit. The shit that they pull.
The more they know about what he's done, and there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the
our
juries will
democracy
do,
equals our power. Exactly, that's
he
exactly what it is, Mr. Smiles.
And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any presidents say that?
No, to be honest, I don't hear many presidents say that. I think more presidents should start using words like retribution. I do appreciate a president who very aggressively and strongly wants to defend our values and our culture and our position in the international stage. That's why people like strong men like Trump and Putin, because whatever their faults are, so sometimes you want a guy who's really standing up for you on the global stage and isn't afraid of offending people or insulting people. You know, put America first, put England first. The Europeans don't like it. We upset those snuck-up we upset those stuck-up, snooty Europeans. Fuck them if they're so fucking smart and clever. They can handle Russia and they can handle all their fucking problems by themselves. Fuck them.
Had some good ideas. What got me involved to run the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq.
Yeah, if someone wrongs you, I hope you seek retribution. Don't just take and be the victim.
In Charlottesville, Virginia, people coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany.
Source?
And
Citations?
And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The people the ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say, Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas?
I don't know what the hell Biden's talking about here. What's he going on about? Can someone fill me in?
Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense.
Whoa. Hang on a minute. As much as Trump loves to run his mouth, I don't believe that at any point Trump said that Hitler was a wonderful, good man who did good shit. Hang on, can we get a source on that one, please? Okay, citation. I've been to Charlottesville, by the way. I quite like Virginia. I think Virginia these days is becoming quite far left, which is quite sad. I have many a friend from Virginia, and I was going to try to do a Virginian accent there, but my only reference, I think, for the Virginian accent is what's his face in Gods and Generals, Martin Sheen. We did not want the fire, but the fire came to us here. A General Pickett, you must look to your division, sir. General Lee, I have no division.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see
that's what you guys have been saying. It's been debunked.
100% exoneration on that story. He just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because...
Biden's face. He's like, whoa. That's the biggest whoa. face.
Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate.
I do think Biden is the worst president in US history. I think Jimmy Carter
all over the place.
Was the worst president before Biden.
Every reasonable anchor has debunked
Biden's the worst president the United States has ever had, insofar that he isn't the president of the United States. He's just a fucking puppet being controlled by someone. It's actually quite sad. It's hilarious, but it really isn't. It's quite tragic that the leader of the free world, the leader of the greatest country on the planet, is a dementia-ridden old man. It's quite shameful. It genuinely is fucking awful.
And just the other day it came.
Really, you think Woodrow Wilson was worse? I don't know. I don't think that. I didn't think Woodrow Wilson was that bad, honestly.
Came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 40.
Hang on, Joe. No one. I don't think anyone actually got attacked on January 6th, did they? I mean, you could argue there were attempts to attack, but I don't think anyone. I don't know. Maybe a couple police officers. Were police officers hurt on January 6th? Was January 6th peaceful, or did the coppers get a bit of a beating from some people? Fill me in on that one.
Cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time.
A few people
His
pushed
vice
the cops.
president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
So far, I think Trump is winning. Insofar that Trump has actually made points. Oh God, look at those two. Those two are all old and greasy and gross. Fucking hell. You guys really need to start voting presidents when they're in their 50s and not in their fucking 70s and 80s, guys. This is great. I can smell these two from here. Hang on, how long is this commercial break? Do I have to fast forward it? Oh yeah, I do have to fast forward it. Okay. When did they come back? Here we go. Should be any second now, I think. Yeah, should be any second now.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia.
Yeah, they do look like they're 30 years apart. It's fucking crazy,
challenges
isn't it?
You both faced.
Thank you very much for the $5 again, as there is. Thank you, my friend.
And you certainly face again
Not since
in
Trump
the
isn't
second
winning.
term. President
Really
Biden,
wants him.
while black
I'm not sure about
unemployment
that one,
dropped
Chief.
to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more.
Oh God, here we go with the fucking. Here we go with the fucking demographic stuff again. I don't know. Call me a racist all you want. It's not a race thing. It's fucking life choices thing. It's a life choice. It's a people make decisions. All right. There are white people who are perpetually poor because they make stupid decisions. There are black people who do it because they make stupid decisions. It's not discrimination based on race. It's some people are just fucking retarded and don't want to improve themselves in their lives. And when you can continuously pander to them and you keep telling them over and over again that they're a victim and that they are institutionally discriminated against, they're not gonna want to fix themselves, are they? Because there's always some kind of invisible boogeyman that's holding them down when really it's just their own life choices.
More likely to
Miss
die.
me with that fucking this racial group. Statistically speaking, this racial group earns 3 times less than this racial group, therefore racism. It's like, no, it's not race. It's not the problem.
Pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans.
Yeah, they are. Why do you think that is?
What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
It's because they keep committing the crimes. If you stop committing crimes, you won't go to prison, will you? Think about it.
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long.
Look, here's the thing. I'm from a poor household. I'm the son of a single mother. I'm from a low-income family, right? I've never committed a crime in my life. Well, other than speeding. I regularly drive 20, 30 miles an hour over the speed limit, but I've never robbed anyone. I've never harmed anyone. I've never stolen from anyone. You can't blame criminality on lack of income. I'm sorry, but you can't. It's fake news.
Long time. Number three, we're trying to provide housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that,
these corporations who collude to keep people out of their houses. What the fuck is he going on about? How are corporations keeping people out of their houses? What on earth is he going on about?
We find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs.
Do you wanna give us the statistics on? Do you want to give us the statistics on number of black women who are single mothers, Joe? do you wanna maybe fill us in on those figures? That might be a bit telling on why childcare costs are really high among that demographic.
I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for childcare costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those childcare protections, you increase
70%. Really, 70%
in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
Yeah, even if childcare costs are higher, why the fuck is that the state's job to fix it? Exactly. Yeah. Why should I pay more taxes? Because people have children and don't want to provide for and be good parents. Why do I have to pick up the bill for that?
49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress
voice?
so far?
I think so.
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer.
Oh, is he talking about corporations buying up houses? Yeah, that is true. You've got BlackRock and other investment firms fucking. But I don't know. I think that corporations should be banned from owning real estate, quite frankly.
You get a $10,000 tax credit.
Hedge funds, that's
to
the
be
words,
able to buy their first home, so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans.
Again, I know why they're concentrating on black people specifically, but surely you should be aiming to fix poverty regardless of race. There's white people as well who are struggling and in the same situation as these black families. Why are you giving? I'm someone who I don't believe that you should give one racial or religious groups special rights in addition to their liberal rights. I think where possible you should treat everyone the same politically and legally.
That were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
What are you going to do for black families? You didn't say that you were going to... Again... What are you going to do for black families? You just said that there's problems with black families and you're going to do something. What?
He caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation.
He did.
And he's right. It's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. he caused this inflation.
It's not just
I
black
gave
people,
him
it's everyone at the moment struggling with the cost of living crisis
essentially
and
no
inflation.
It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18.
Joe's face again. But yeah, it's true. It really does amaze me how many people seem to lack a basic understanding of supply and demand. It's like it's a serious problem we have here in the United Kingdom, right? Is that we essentially have about 1 million people as well here come in every year. And obviously these people need housing. They are willing to work for next to nothing, so they crash wages. And if you voice, and then it's like people scratch their heads and they wonder why wages are shit, wages are stagnant, and why people can't get a job or get a house. And it's like, well, because we have open borders, but people just keep blaming it on rich people being really greedy. And they're like, well, we just need to tax rich people more, and then that will fix all our problems. And it's like, no, you fucking idiot. If there's 1,000 people applying for a job, why the fuck would a company pay a respectable wage when those people would be willing to work for $5 in a green card? Like, think about it. Idiots.
It could be 19 and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs and they're taking Hispanic jobs.
Not just
and
black
you haven't
jobs.
seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why?
No, he's lying, Joe. We can look at the numbers, Joe. There is inflation. There is.
The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who were involved.
They provided thousands of millions of jobs. Thousands of millions of jobs. Fucking hell. Good Lord, that's a lot of jobs. God damn.
Communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that
What's that?
$8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care.
$8,000. That would last you a month? 2 months? Not very much, $8,000.
But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again. And they're going to try again.
What's the ACA?
You find ourselves in a position where the idea...
The rent in my hick town was low for decades, but lately it's gone through the roof. But there's also a lot of people here now that weren't here 10 years ago. Yeah, you know, Lizzie, I've been really tempted, by the way, Lizzie, to do a stream talking about the immigration crisis in Canada and Australia and just the Commonwealth in general. It's a bit of a spicy subject that I don't particularly want to get into because it'll put a target on my back. But at the same time, it really is a subject that I'm quite interested in talking about in an academic way, not just strictly like a racist or like I don't mean it in like a racist way or like I don't know what the word is. I just like to. I don't know. There's some political points that I'd like to make a nice academic stream in where we just talk about the facts and we talk about reality. But unfortunately, when you do stuff like that, you get called a Nazi, a racist, and there's a genuine chance I might get arrested by the UK government for just speaking factually and using statistics about the impacts of immigration and how it's currently like devastating Western and like Western states.
That we're not doing any. We put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on.
That's a lot of
inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you.
You know what, Biden? Biden looks like a John G. Ito character, right? He looks like a monster from fucking a John G. Ito horror short. Lucky for you, I'm Mexican because I can take 1,000% of the blame for it.
The persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest.
That's because democracy voted your speech rights away. You got no constitutional right to speech. That can be voted away in democracy, Lord Maulington. You're absolutely right, sketch therapy. Yeah, guys, seriously, don't let a US government take your gun rights away, and stand your ground. Don't let the government claw any rights or freedoms away from you, because you will not get them back. Look at what we do here in the UK and look at that as a warning, because it will happen. It's happened here. It will happen to you.
Year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels.
Yeah.
Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Before Trump gets to his point here, what I just want to say is the United States is one of the major providers of pollution, but here's the thing. So is China and India, and China and India aren't going to fucking stop because their economies are incredibly carbon inefficient. So the United States, you could wipe the United States off the face of the earth, right? You could kill every American, 0% carbon emissions from the United States, and China and India will still destroy our ecosystem, will still destroy the ozone layer. So what's the point, honestly? What's the point? It's one of those things where everybody has to agree on cutting their carbon emissions, or no, there's just no fucking point. Like, why should the American economy suffer to maybe give the planet an extra 10 years when the Chinese and the Indians aren't going to fucking stop?
Let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state
Joe, please.
is supporting Donald J. Trump.
Joe, please try to put on a poker face. This is really embarrassing.
Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them
we've got a lot of US Marines here in the chat today, it looks like. Semper Fi, oorah.
Super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that.
Honor, courage,
Super
commitment,
predators
boys.
was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina.
I'm not saying we shouldn't look after the environment, but here the last few summers have actually been cooler than they were 20 years ago. Yeah, it's not like I'm saying don't do anything to try and, improve our carbon footprint, but it's like trying to, neutering your own economy to save the planet is pointless, because there are countries like China and India that don't give a fuck and will ramp up production. So it's like, there's no point. You may as well just keep doing it, because the planet's fucked either way.
He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever.
True?
I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job
for a lot of people, honestly.
For Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? That a lot of I guess I don't know what you call them, like the white leftists who live in their gated communities don't realize is that a lot of the people who are coming across the border, like a lot of immigrants themselves, are anti-immigration. Like, we get a lot of Indian immigration here and Pakistani immigration here in the UK, for example, and then you ask first, second generation Indian and Pakistani immigrants what they think about their fellow countrymen coming over, and they say, close the borders, get these fucking people out. They don't want them here either. That's why a lot of people immigrate to the United Kingdom and the United States in the first place. They want to they fucking want to get away from their fellow countrymen. That's why they come here in the first place. So I see a lot of these clueless intellectuals, so-called intellectuals in their gated communities are shocked when the Hispanics turn around and say, no, close the fucking borders. And they go, oh yeah, so now you've come across the border. You want to pull the ladder up after you? Yeah, they fucking do, actually. Yeah, they do. They don't want the rest of their countrymen come in. They're trying to get away from them.
38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever, and my top environmental people.
What does environmental numbers mean? That's like such a hand-wavy statement that you kind of try to trick someone into thinking you know what you're talking about. I had the best numbers. My economy had the best numbers. I had the best environmental numbers.
Gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage. Actually,
we had H2O.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive... You don't have an idea about anything about climate change. You don't have an idea about anything, Biden. In history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges.
Oh, I read about those. Historic black universities. That's actually quite interesting. I think Tuskegee is one, right? Yeah, that's cool. That's actually kind of cool, I think.
Because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money. But now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming.
I tell you what, I never thought I would say this kind of fodder, but I do miss Crooked Hillary. I just miss Trump saying Crooked Hillary. I thought that was the funniest shit ever. Crooked Hillary.
Have done something that had the cleanest water. He hadn't done a damn thing in the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord.
He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accords. What the fuck? Joe, please.
We joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to do.
I'm sorry. Climate change is not the number one threat to humanity. There's a lot of more threats than that.
All that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors.
Yeah, the prices you guys have for stuff like insulin is fucking crazy when I saw that stuff. Like most of these critical medicines are like £5-7 here in the UK. And I was shocked to see in some cases it's like, what, $1,000? $1,000 a dose or something? Fucking mental. Big pharma needs taken care of, quite frankly.
What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
What's Medicare and Medicaid again? And what's the difference between Medicaid, Medicare, and Obamacare? Fucking Obamacare. Imagine naming something like that after yourself. That's such a fucking narcissistic move. But what's Medicaid, Medicare, and Obamacare? What's the social programs? And what do each of these? What do they do? What's the difference between these three things?
The idea is that we, in fact, we were...
One for the old, one for the poor. Obamacare is a different bill. Okay.
The only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to? The United States can't get its pollution under control. One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant.
Cutting pollution in half is all well and good. the planet's still fucked, and China and India are still increasing their carbon footprint at alarming levels. So you're not really doing anything in the grand scheme of things. You could wipe England, you could wipe the UK and USA off the face of the earth, and the planet's still fucked. You've just given it an extra 5 years at most.
Significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by
I mean, honestly, I don't think Trump gives a fuck. Honestly, he's right. I don't think anyone in US politics actually gives a fuck about climate change. It's just a talking point that gets some votes.
Way with regard to prescription,
the only thing any politician cares about is stealing your fucking tax money and getting their fat pension.
Drugs. One company agreed that they would
Obamacare basically provided insurance for all at the cost of you not getting to choose a doctor and using your existing insurance if you had one.
Every pharmaceutical company cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And by the way,
I don't like the sound of Obamacare.
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline.
Fuck the boomers. Fuck the boomers. They're the ones who got us into this mess. If they're struggling financially, whatever. Give up your house, grandma, grandpa. Fuck them. Fuck those greedy dickheads. They're the ones who got us into this mess in the first place. They can fucking die in poverty for all I care.
President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years.
They don't give a shit about me.
Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right.
This talking point pisses me off. I'm not one of those people who considers himself to be a temporarily embarrassed millionaire. The super rich do pay their fair share, even if you gave them a 5% tax. What's the percentages these days? How much of government, what's the word? How much of the tax base again is provided by the super rich? Right, it's fucking obscene. No, I don't know. I have to Google this actually. Let's see if I can work out the tax. Unless you guys have got it to hands, what's the tax distribution of the rich? How much of the income paid for by taxing the super rich? In the United Kingdom, the top 1% alone of the United Kingdom apparently pay 30% of all income tax revenue. So that's just the top 1% as well. So don't give us that shit about the rich not paying their fair share. Fucking hell.
Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income.
Yeah, this is the thing, Sketch. You're absolutely right. I said this a little bit earlier in the stream. Instead of just continuously increasing tax, why don't we just get rid of bloated, useless government instead and save and spend the money on shit that actually matters? We don't have a taxation problem. We've got a fucking useless money-stealing government black hole problem.
Of their paycheck every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
Even Trump
so you still have 82 seconds left. Are there
about?
Any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing will do if we defeat this man.
Okay, you say it will keep it solvent. How much money do you need to keep it solvent? Again, I want to know the details because I don't. These guys aren't giving me statistics. They aren't giving me information. They're pulling numbers out their ass and expect me to just go along with it. I want to know how much we need to be solvent.
Because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports,
Open borders or social welfare system. Pick one. Pick one.
Is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way,
we don't. Fuck the
American
boomers.
public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, we're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have
400,000 people. That's a very low number. If he means 400,000 people, 40 million sounds right.
have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody.
Money for pill grants, he said there. What does he mean by that? Pill grants? As in like birth control pills? What's that got to do with black education? Can anyone fill me in on that? I don't know what he means by that.
Making under $70,000 a year are going to be able to get $15,000 towards the
college
tuition.
grants.
Okay. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life.
So this Pell Grant scholarship thing, is that for everyone or is it for like black people only? How does the Pell Grant system work?
I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy.
Anyone?
He lies.
Okay, that's
I've
cool.
never seen it. Yeah. He could look you in the face.
Yeah, we have a similar thing in the UK.
So many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie.
Small amount.
It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare.
It is. The problem is, guys, it's simple economics. When you bring in millions and millions of people who are net drains on the economy, surprise, surprise, they break the infrastructure and they break the social welfare system, because the social welfare system only works when you're bringing in more money than you're spending.
Medicare, Medicaid, they're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing. And
yeah, a bit of a hot take. I do think the problem is with some veterans sometimes, particularly in the United States where you've got the GI Bill, is that they don't prepare themselves for leaving the military properly, and sometimes they make, unfortunately, stupid choices which leads them to becoming homeless. I know some military people get into that situation because they've got mental illnesses or physical disabilities from their time in service, but I do think it's a serious problem in the US where you've got people who do their minimum 4 years, they leave, they've got the opportunity of the GI Bill, but they haven't properly secured themselves employment or properly planned for their future outside of the military. So I do think that also does need to be tackled, and that needs to be tackled in-house in the military. Maybe you educate guys who want to, leave, and, you really pressure them into making sure they've got their shit together when they do exit the military.
It's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired.
That general he's talking about who got fired, the 4-star, is he talking about Mattis? Is he talking about General Mattis?
Because he's the one.
Or was it someone else?
Acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions.
Yeah, you said the VA is how. I hear the VA is how. I also hear about this horrible organization you have called the DMV. I see the DMV gets memed on a lot. Like the DMV was memed in Megas XLR. I always like the memes about the DMV.
The way he talks about it. Illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs.
Illegal aliens like Kaneko Lumi.
There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession. And
I love it when Trump does the smug grin. It's such a good Trump's smug grin is such like a good PR like move when like someone's trying to like blast and attack his character, because it really, I think, feeds to like like the Americans' love of being cheeky, you know, aggressive, confrontational, and confident. Right? It's like when an American, when you're attacking the character of an American and you look guilty, right, and you look defensive, then people start to like dogpile and hate on the guy. But when Trump does that big glowing smile, everyone's like, yeah, they're trying to take down Trump, and he doesn't give a shit. Fuck yeah, let's go Trump.
Inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States.
When I hear the word scholar, I think of some fucking retards who spent their entire lives in like a book and has absolutely no understanding as to how the real world works. So when people say, oh, you need to trust the science, you need to trust the scholars, I think, no, I'm not listening to some fucking book autists who can't actually apply their knowledge in a real world scenario. Thank you very much again for the $5, as always. Thank you very, very much for being very generous today. Thank you. Lumi is the greatest threat to the American economy, even more than China. Just look at what she's done to the lemon market. Like, take a look at what Lumi's done to my wallet. I had to buy the whole fucking Phase Invader standee collection just so I could get the Office Lumi. God damn.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have...
You know, the solution to extremely expensive childcare in the West is to return back to social and family norms where it's not seen as taboo for you to stay with your family until you're in your like 30s, until you're not in your like, until you're like in your 30s even, and get like grandma, get mum, get granddad, grandma to look after your children for you. It's how immigrant families manage to like make it in Western countries and not just survive but actually thrive, because you'll get families of like Indians or Pakistanis, for example, and there are like 15 of them living in a mansion in a very nice part of the country because they keep all the money in the family and they all look after one another and help each other. When I went to Manchester once, right, to get to buy a Mazda MX-7, my Mazda RX-7 FD3S Type RS, fucking hell, that's a mouthful to say, my 1999 Mazda RX-7 FD3S Type RS, and the guy I bought it from was like a 20-year-old Pakistani lad, and this 20-year-old Pakistani lad had like 5 like JDM classic cars, probably worth about 70 grand, and he only worked like a part-time job as an administrator, and he was able to own all these cars because he lived in a mansion with his family of 20, and they all just shared their income with each other. That's how these guys manage to have so much wealth and thrive in our countries. I think we should really go back to, I think we should curb like the obsession we have with independence and go back to family values, if possible. I know not everyone necessarily gets along with their parents and their families, but I do think that is the solution. If we took care of our families, if we took care of our young financially, so that they didn't have we didn't put them into debt like renting. We didn't turn them into rentoids as soon as they become 18, I think we'd all be in a much better place, and we'd probably be more likely to have kids because we'd be more stable.
Tried to address this issue, but the average cost of childcare in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of childcare for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make childcare more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got
deport all the illegals. That's how I do it.
Fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people.
He doesn't fire people. He's right. Sometimes you need to fire people, guys. Even though they might be very nice people, they might be trying their best. Unfortunately, when people fuck up in a bad way, and they keep screwing up, they can't do the job, you have to get rid of them, I'm afraid. It's not very nice to do, but yeah, you have to do it.
I've seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there.
to any fellow British people in the chat, I just want to say, not only do I support the complete destruction of the civil service and starting again from scratch with about a quarter of the manpower. The civil service is fucked. The civil service is corrupt. It's political, which is, again, the complete antithesis of its charter. It's supposed to be a politically a neutral organization. It isn't. We need to get rid of the civil service. Start again from scratch. Don't invite any previous civil servants back into the organization. And we need to destroy the NHS and again rebuild the NHS from scratch, because there's just too many. It's corrupt and it's poorly led, and we need to get rid of the rot. How much do you love the NHS? Not at all. Not at all. I'd be in favour of abolishing the NHS personally and going private healthcare.
There, he was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan
he should have done.
Horror show. The most embarrassing.
He shouldn't. Biden shouldn't have had to have fired anyone during the Afghanistan scandal. Any general worth his salt who actually cared for his men and for his country should have fallen on his sword and resigned in disgrace for the failure of Afghanistan.
Embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on?
You are right, Apache. Trump didn't just fire people because they weren't up to the job. He did fire people because they told him no. Right? I'm not a Trump bootlicker. Trump is a very egotistical man who doesn't like hearing no, and sometimes he lets his ego get in the way of good policy making. Right? I think most people here can agree that as much as we may like Trump over Biden, Trump still isn't like a great US president. He's just the best. Trump is just the best of the rest, I think.
On the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world. Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed?
Well, here's the problem, Eric. Unfortunately, King Charles is a WEF puppet, and he's been caught on camera being bossed around and being bullied by the fucking, what are they called, the Roma fellas as well. Unfortunately, the King of England is an enemy of the United Kingdom. He's a globalist. If we got rid of Charles and made me King of England, I'd close Parliament. I'd fix England. Unfortunately, that won't happen.
Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate.
Yeah, and the fact that Trump is the best we can manage apparently is depressing. That is true. I will agree with you there. It's sad that you've got the choice between Trump and Biden. But yeah, you've got to vote for someone. I guess it's Trump.
He is the worst president. He just said about me.
This sounds like high treason, Maulington. King Charles isn't my king. The last monarch of England was the late great Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I'm now a Republican. Unless I'm poised to become the King of England, then I am very much a monarchist. You guys want to help me take the throne?
Because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country.
And very, very
he's
entertaining.
Destroyed
He
our
is. I
country.
love Trump.
Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. Mm-hmm. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
That's very powerful.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity.
Hey, that's a good retort. That's a very good retort from Brandon there. I like that. I mean, you can press X to doubt. He's not right, but I think that's a good comeback from Biden there. Good comeback to Trump's doomerism.
We have the finest military in the history of the world. The finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us.
I'm sorry, Biden. Everyone thinks you're weak. Even we in the United Kingdom think you're pathetic and weak, I'm afraid. And for some reason, most of us prefer you over Trump, and we still think you're weak. I'm sorry to say. So you're either voting for Nigel or your vote. I fucking love Nigel. Good old Nigel. The thing is, I do love Nigel Farage. I do think Nigel is actually a huge pussy and will bow to the WEF and the banker masters. All right, I don't think Nigel is this big reformer who's going to fix England like he claims he will be. I think he is, again, another part of the apparatus. If he isn't already, he will become one once, if he does make it into 10 Downing Street.
Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking.
No, you're bad. No, you're bad. Back and forth.
159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number.
Why should we care what you
presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted.
You shouldn't care what we think.
The worst president in American history. Best to worst. They said
who cares what non-Americans think? It's about what Americans think, right? He's the president of the United States, not the world.
That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did for virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should.
So how are you going to pay for that, though, Biden? Do we have money lying around to pay all these things, or are you going to increase taxes? See, that's what the American wants to know. The American wants to know which presidential candidate is going to lower their taxes, because that's what Americans want right now. They want low taxes. They want to be paired. Americans are a very simple people. I mean, we're all simple people, right? We want low taxes. We want to be paid a fair wage for a fair day's labor. And we want to just fucking enjoy our country and our culture with our like-minded fellows. We want the illegals out. We want a fair wage. We want low taxes. And we want to buy stupid shit and waste our fucking money on shit that we don't need and that we think we want, but we really don't. Which one of you cunts is going to give us that? That's what we want to know.
Should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things.
No glowies,
they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody.
He's gonna be the very best, like no one ever was. Dun, dun, dun. To catch the Mexicans is my real test. To train them is my course. Dun, dun, dun. I will travel across the land, deporting far and wide.
You ever cut taxes?
It's Mexicans to understand the drama that's inside.
He's like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes.
4 times? I don't know. That seems a bit excessive. I don't think Biden wants to increase taxes by 300%, Trump. That's a bit excessive.
By 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the 2 of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies.
Okay. Yeah, but Trump, when are the middle classes going to get those tax cuts, Trump? We're always giving tax cuts to the super rich and the business owners. What about the little guy? We want tax breaks as well, right? Us middle class people, engineers, doctors, lawyers, whatever. When do we get our break? That's what we want to know, right? We get taxed a fuck ton too to pay for illegals, to pay for social care systems, to pay for the people who couldn't be bothered to apply themselves in school. Where's our bailouts, Trump? Where are our bailouts? I don't give a shit that the likes of Bill Gates and Steve Jobs get a 20% tax break. I want a fucking tax break.
We're bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about
Trump cut taxes to creators. That's interesting. I didn't know that one.
He will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody.
Trump's tax cuts did affect the middle class as well. That's good.
I didn't.
Good spoke,
Trump.
Trump.
Tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are important. Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised. He's somehow helped the middle class.
Yeah.
Middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion.
Middle class has been devastated by Trump. To be fair, who was in charge 8 years before Donald Trump? I don't think Donald Trump devastated the middle classes in one term of 4 years. I think the many years of Democrat rule before that probably had something to do with the damages to the middle class.
Over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two.
A deficit isn't necessarily a bad thing as long as you're clawing that money back through the investments you made, which incurs a deficit in the first place. But again, I don't know anything about the US economy. I don't know if the deficits under the Trump administration have led to any fruitions or will be leading to any fruitions, or if it's just because of COVID. But having a deficit isn't necessarily a bad thing as long as, again, the investments eventually work out to more than that deficit spending.
Two, you have not, in fact, made any contact.
Right, like for example, in the UK, we decided to go with austerity rather than doubling down on deficit spending to invest in the future of the economy, and it worked out really badly for us trying to cut the deficit. We should have continued doubling down on excessive government spending, but invested it in proper infrastructure and business ventures. The US didn't do that after 2008, and you're in a much better position than we are.
Any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China
exactly,
since 2010.
the reserve currency as well.
Thank you, President.
You can handle it better.
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of...
God, the opioid crisis that's going on in your country at the moment is fucking horrifying. I've seen like the skin necrosis, the fucking crocodile skin shit. They've got it in Canada as well. Like Alberta, Canada looks like Calgary, and Edmonton, Canada looks like fucking Dawn of the Dead, right? There's fucking zombie people walking around. It's absolutely horrifying to look at. Opioids are British specialty. They are, but our opioids are mostly, I believe, heroin. We do have fentanyl, but we don't have fentanyl and that crocodile shit in anywhere near as much quantities as you guys do. Like heroin is like breakfast for the Scottish, for example.
Overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, It went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Just before we get into Trump's point here, what are your guys' thoughts on drug abuse? Is your attitude we should help people who are addicted to drugs? Or is your attitude like, fuck them, they should have never taken them in the first place? And even though it's unfortunate that they're addicted, no one forced them to take the drugs in the first place. Well, this will probably cause a civil war in the chat, but I'm interested in knowing what you think about the drug crisis. Whether it's a fuck them, they shouldn't have been retarded enough to take them, or are you sympathetic to their plight? I think the drugs are already banned. You say banned drugs, they are banned. People take them anyway. I think, right? I don't think opioids are legal in the US, are they? Aren't the Brits, especially the Scottish, specialised in opioids? We are. I don't know if heroin's an opioid, but the Scottish have a very serious heroin problem. I don't know what England's drug of choice is. England's drug of choice is just alcohol. It's just the biggest causer of like retardation and social problems in all of the UK is alcohol, honestly, rather than any opioids. We really do have a drinking problem here in the UK.
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never...
to be fair, Trump, didn't you once boast about selling a house for $15 million to a guy from China? I bet you, in order to facilitate that sale, I bet you had a bunch of meetings with some very, very spicy and important people from the Chinese Communist Party's, ranks. Come on, you can't just give Biden shit about Chinese money.
Took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. China. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come. But he hasn't done that.
Save your steel industry, guys. They're very important. Steel is a very important industry.
Because it's too much money.
But
he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border were started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dogs. It's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot. And we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even...
Yeah, I think the drug situation is very complicated because the drugs are coming in through the cartels, right? I believe that's where all your drugs are coming from. They're coming across the southern border through the actions of the cartels. And I don't know if this is glowing too much, but I believe that there's conspiracy theories. I don't know if they are conspiracy theories that the CIA deliberately doesn't want to win the war on drugs because it makes US politicians a lot of money. I don't know if anyone wants to fill me in on that, on those conspiracy theories that that American politicians want the opioid crisis because it makes them money. The problem is with drugs is that the violent offenders get let loose. I don't care if you do drugs, but you're a violent offender, you get jailed. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment, sketch therapy. Now that I think about it, doesn't the UK have a stabbing and knife crisis, Lord Maulington? It does, especially in the inner cities. Very serious stabbing and knife crime, and also a stabbing and knife crime from our quote-unquote newcomers who like to go around violently murdering people for no reason. Same problem in France too.
Talk about gotaways, but the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of...
Oh, interesting. You buy it from China, do you? I thought it came from Mexico. Oh, that's fascinating. I'll have to look that up later.
Drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you, President Biden.
Border.
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure...
Oh, for a while. Didn't last long, did it, Joe? You can't say for a while.
We use the machinery that can detect fentanyl. These big machines that roll over.
Reverse opium war. That was exactly what I was thinking. I was like, oh, this is Chinese revenge for the opium wars. Even though it was the British that caused the opium wars. But yeah, if the Chinese want to take it out on America instead of the United Kingdom, that's based. That's all right with me.
Everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal.
Oh, it's from China that gets shipped to Mexico.
More be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together.
So when you say Mexico's working with you, do you have any evidence to show that the Mexicans are making an impact on the development of fentanyl? Because again, Mexico is a very corrupt country, and most of them are bought out by the cartels, or they're quite rightfully intimidated and scared of being murdered by the cartels. So the Mexican government might say to you that they're cooperating, but they're really not. So what are you going to do about the fact that the Mexican government probably isn't cooperating with you and are, I'm telling you, a bunch of porcupines?
That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut about the rising crime right here. It might be a bit too spicy. Yeah, it might be a bit spicy, Lizzie. Since there's an appetite for it, I might actually go ahead and make that international relations based stream on immigration in Canada and Australia in a couple months' time and see what happens, see what the fallout from that is, see if it works, see if I get arrested.
Treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here.
So catch and release, hang on a minute, guys, inform me on catch and release. Isn't that policy where police officers basically, you catch someone who's committed a crime or like a possession of drugs or something, and then once you've caught them, you just let them go scot-free anyway? Isn't that what catch and release is? That sounds like a fucking retarded policy to me, honestly. I don't see why that would work. If you arrest someone and then immediately unarrest them, then that's essentially the same as having no consequences. So they're going to keep fucking doing it, aren't they? Stupid. Oh, so you catch them, you get the prints and then release. But then what happens the next time you catch them? Do you just let them go again?
We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage, we always pay $6 billion.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you're not doing anything, Apache. I'm just saying that it's like, authoritatively claiming that the Mexican government is cooperating with us, therefore everything's fine, isn't a satisfactory answer for me personally. Ultimately, there's nothing the United States can really do to fix the problems in Mexico with that stuff. But it's like, yeah, saying, it's fine, the Mexican government is cooperating with us doesn't exactly fill me with confidence, is my point.
Dollars for every time we say there's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy.
Oh, if you catch him for a crime you don't release.
Over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally.
Fuck reporters, let him rot.
As soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Is that true?
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You traded the Lord of War for a fucking female basketball player. That was a retarded trade. You should let her rot, quite frankly. No one even knows. No one can even remember that bitch's name. Like, who gives a fuck? Just let her rot. No matter how much you hate journos, it's never enough. Yeah.
I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me.
No, that's right.
As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs.
15 million new jobs? Fuck off. No, you didn't.
Investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now.
40 billion isn't really that much to the US economy. 40 billion is kind of chump change, honestly. Hey, Trump change.
In the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans.
Still good,
all
though.
over the,
Fair play, that's true.
World.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our.
You know what? He's got a good point there. I think Trump is right in the sense that the United States is declining, and things aren't good at the moment. But yeah, it does annoy me when European states like talk mad shit about America, and some Americans themselves get really doomerist about the current state of the United States. You guys got your problems, but I think you're doing much better than most of Western Europe, quite frankly. I do think it's good to have an attitude where you don't think the current situation is good enough and you want to see things improve. But yeah, I think the United States does still have a lot to be quite proud of. You're quite a fair and quite a hard-working people. You can be quite naive at times, but you know, at the end of the day, you care about your family, you care about your rights, you want to be treated fairly, and you just want to be left the fuck alone to be free and do what you want. I think that's quite admirable. How you have this kind of culture around family and freedom, and I wish we Europeans had more weren't so afraid to have that attitude of putting ourselves, our culture, and our society, our people first. So yeah, don't let the current situation put you down too much. It could be worse, and there's a lot to be proud of as Americans, I think. Nothing that can't be fixed with the right leadership. We Europeans, on the other hand, we are proper fucked. But you guys can still turn it around. So don't lose hope, and I think you guys can vote your way out of your problems. I'm not sure we can at this point, but yeah, just stick to it. Stick to it, guys. You can do it.
We're the most
look at what we do in Europe and use that as an example of what not to do.
Progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. Mm-hmm. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us.
Okay, no, I wouldn't go that far. No one trusts you to keep your words.
All of our allies and our those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term.
82,
what do you say to
wow.
voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. True. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to...
Honestly, I do think Trump does seem to be in pretty good shape. He does appear to have pretty good energy for an 82-year-old. I mean, he's not exactly in shape. He's like fat and he's like runs out of breath easily. But I hope to have as much energy and aggression as Trump does at 82. Fair play to the guy.
To be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape.
Biden's
I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test, and you know what?
You can see Biden's chomping at the bits to fucking like argue with Trump there. Apparently, if you want to get Joe out of his dementia phase, just talk about golf.
But if I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor, and then I took another one, a similar one.
Joe is fucking pissed.
And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
Oh, he's wide awake
now. You
now.
can see he is 6'5" and only 225
Here he goes. Joe's awake.
235 pounds.
Joe's hit his final form. He's gone Super Saiyan 3.
He said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're... Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6.
Joe does have a pretty good car collection, to be fair.
And
I really like his Corvette.
I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest...
Oh, Joe destroyed him. Fuck me. Hell yeah, Joe. Oh, this is like watching 2 14-year-old like high school girls being mega bitchy. Like Joe's got proper like loomy mean white girl energy now. Fuck me. The golf discussion has woken Joe up from his stupor. Fucking hell, look at this.
He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows where he is now.
But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn
Let's not act like children.
No.
to a specific
Too late for that,
concern
Trump.
that voters have about you.
I want them to act like
Will
children.
you
This
pledge
is fun.
tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say...
I do think the 2020 election was fucking rigged, and that Trump was robbed. I do think it was rigged.
right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally...
Again, this is another leading question. You see, technically speaking, as someone who has a degree, well, I don't exactly have a degree in politics. I have a degree and I have a bachelor's degree in a politics aligned subject. But technically speaking, in politics, political violence can be something as simple as voting. Voting, in political theory, voting is a form of political violence. So this is a leading question, right? But political violence doesn't have to be like literal violence. It can just be the act of voting. Rookie mistake here.
Unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. And I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political appointment, you know.
Do you guys think Trump genuinely wants to be president of the United States, or do you think he's doing it to like avoid going to prison or something? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm still not sure whether Trump genuinely does want to be president, or he's kind of doing it to remain a free man, or because he feels like he's got no choice because people are after him. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again.
Likes the attention.
We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong...
We might be very close to World War III, but again, you don't want to like give away half of Europe for free again, because we did that in 1939. Well, not just from 1936, and that didn't exactly go well. History shows us that you do need to challenge expansionist states somewhat. Otherwise, they're just going to keep taking. Thank you very much for the $5, Zen Gunman. Thank you very much, my friend. Trump started running for office again on January 21st, 2021. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think based on what you guys have been telling me about Trump's history, probably, I guess he does genuinely want to be here. Then it's like whether he actually does care about the United States or he's doing it purely for self-serving reasons. I do, as I said, I do think it's a shame. These two are like the best presidential candidates that the United States could come up with. It's a shame that we don't have anyone like... I don't know. I don't really know much about W from a domestic politics point of view, but I kind of miss Bush. I kind of miss Bush for some reason, despite the whole Afghanistan and Iraq thing. I kind of like W. I want W back.
Jong-un and President...
We're already fighting World War III. I believe it started back in 2014. Kind of, yeah, maybe.
Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III. Let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all. Required response.
Yeah.
The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And
Oh, I like that. I like that comment about America. I think that is true. I quite like Americans, as you guys probably know that aware at this point. I genuinely do quite like Americans. I like the American spirit. I like how confident you guys are. You guys don't generally speaking, Americans don't like taking no for an answer. And when you're confronted with impossible odds, you tend to want to go for it and you want to accomplish it. And I respect that. I quite like Americans. Although I know, obviously, not every American's like that. Like any country and nation of people, you've got some utter fucking retards and scum. But yeah, generally, culturally speaking, I love America.
Now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because of our own safety.
Afghanistan was the British Empire. I mean, it wasn't just the British Empire. A lot of empires tried to fuck with that region of the world because it's the gateway to India. It's Russia as well. And the United States, not just the British Empire.
Is at stake. And again, you want to have
China
war,
too, to some extent.
just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv.
I mean, China's in Afghanistan now, right?
Move on, see what happens in
Well, they're trying to do it
Hungary,
financially.
and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said.
Why does that matter? Who cares? If Trump's perfectly within his rights to say it's rigged and doesn't like the outcome, makes him look like a bit of a bad sportsman, makes him look like a bit of a bad politician, but I don't see the point of this question. It doesn't serve any purpose.
I might. Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it.
What do you mean by that? They took a lot of land under Bush and Obama. Well, what did Russia do during those periods of time? I know there was the war in Georgia. I don't see why Obama or Bush would care about Georgia being invaded by Russia. I don't know what he's talking about here. Oh, when did they invade Crimea? When was the Crimea invasion?
Not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have
I keep
never
thinking
started
Crimea was
ever
part of 2014 for some reason.
And he's going to take Ukraine.
But I mean, Georgia's in the Russian sphere of influence anyway, so it's not really.
He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia.
Oh yeah,
because Ukraine.
Yeah, Crimea was 2014, and Obama was president back then. Actually, yeah, never mind.
He's not winning that war. He said, "I will never settle until such time." They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost.
Thank you very much for the $10 again, Zen Gunman. Thank you very much, my friend. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. It's one of those things that Democrats complain about when they're not doing it. Stacey Abrams is still wandering Georgia, claiming that she's a true and honest governor. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? Is that as much as I'm quite clearly pro-Trump in this debate, politically speaking, I'm a centrist, and obviously I'm not an American, so I have no skin on Democrats or Republicans. But yeah, I just think I think honestly, if I speak objectively, I think both Trump and Biden are shit presidential candidates, quite frankly. But I'd rather vote for Trump, I guess, than any of the other guys you've got currently running. I hope one day, all of us, including the United Kingdom, I hope one day we finally get leaders who aren't complete dog shit. I don't know if that day is going to come, but I enjoy the spectacle of what's going on here. This is fun, even though I don't understand what's going on.
So many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions.
I think loyalty
Russia
to
would
parties
have never
retarded.
attacked.
Like whoever has the best leader,
the question was,
the best
will you
policies
accept
is the one
the
you should vote
results of the
for.
election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would have much rather accepted these. But the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week. Or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely. There's nothing I'd rather.
Election fraud is a big problem in the United Kingdom as well. We also have problems with like thousands of dead people miraculously voting for the people in power, right? And people don't really care because they can't be bothered and don't understand the implications it has on our democracy. But it's like election fraud is unacceptable in my opinion.
It would be much easier for me to do that.
What's the fucking point otherwise?
Then I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run.
Yeah, the Chechnya wars. Yeah, that's a good point. God, yeah, fucking hell, what a mess Chechnya was.
Until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
The UK is kind of cooked as a country. Yeah, that's a good way of saying things. One of the major problems with the UK, right, is that a lot of our population want globalization. We want to be ruled by Europe, which is really sad. They constantly use the economy as an excuse. They think that a lot of people in the UK think that the United Kingdom is incapable of existing without being under EU rule. And to some extent, that might actually be true insofar that the United Kingdom deliberately sabotages itself so it has an excuse to become a subservient part of a federal Europe. Like Brexit, for example, like we look at the current, like COVID issues are being blamed on Brexit. And obviously as well, Brexit is being blamed for just sheer deliberate, willful neglect and incompetence from British politicians. I was kind of hoping with Brexit, we would hold our politicians to account more for fucking up the United Kingdom. But instead, people just latch on and just blame everything on Brexit and not the fucking retarded British politicians who didn't actually do anything with the freedoms granted by Brexit, which is quite disappointing.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued to appeal and appeal to courts all across the country.
Do you vote electronically or on paper? I vote on paper, Lizzie. I postal vote.
Not one single court in America.
No, am I upsetting you, Apache? I could talk smack about whoever I want. I'm not proclaiming here to be an expert. I'm just simply musing on some things.
America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accept anything.
Annex the EU to the new British Empire.
Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
It's okay, Juggernaut. Yeah, don't upset him further. He's entitled. I know Americans get very upset when foreigners talk about their country, particularly when they aren't. Particularly, admittedly, when as I said before at the beginning of the stream, I don't know much about US politics or like how your system works, or like everything about your history, even in the modern sense. I've just got some musings and some thoughts that I'm free to express, and I'm going to do so. Maybe you don't like it. I don't care, quite frankly. But similarly, you're perfectly within you guys are perfectly within your rights to take issue with me for my comments. That's fine. I'm just a silly cartoon man who came here today completely unprepared for these topics, and I'm just saying the first things that come to my head.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
Okay, let's skip to when it begins again. So we've got about 5 minutes left. Trying to compare the US to England? No, I haven't really compared the US to England. I'm just saying there's some similarities and some distance about the two countries. I mean, a lot of American laws come from British common law. We have a lot in common, and we have a lot of major differences as well.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
I think the issue is that a lot of us Americans have a problem with foreigners speaking on American politics that they know nothing about, much like they dislike us doing the same. Yeah, that's a completely fair opinion. I don't really know what I've said that's caused an offence. If you want to explain what I said that is causing offence, that would help me understand what I've done, because I genuinely don't know what I've said that would annoy you. What did I say? What was I talking about? I'm just looking at this and just commenting, just mindlessly commenting on it.
We've made significant progress.
Oh, just generally speaking.
No,
but if I have said anything that's annoyed you, I'd be curious to know what it is exactly you take umbrage with.
By President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America.
As Trump said, he wanted to increase taxes. I thought he was in favour of lower taxes and introduce lower taxes. And I think framing tariffs as a tax on the American people is disingenuous. But yeah, potentially, like obviously, introducing tariffs on imports might increase the price of some goods and then increase costs, right? But to call that a tax on the American people, I think it's a bit disingenuous.
What I did, when, for example, he wants to get away with...
Yeah, I think that's what I've said, Lizzie. I don't get bothered by Americans not wanting others speaking about their country. I get bothered when they get upset about it, but then do the same thing back. Yeah, I'm the same way as well. It can get annoying, but I'm a complete free speech advocate, so it's like the thing is, right, Lizzie, is as a British person, as an English person, what annoys me sometimes, kind of a little bit, not so much, is that Americans will freely, happily, and religiously almost dish out mockery and contempt for Europeans, British people in particular, calling them, cucks and mocking the state and the other shit we do in our countries. But then the moment, and you can give Americans, you can be very positive towards Americans 95% of the time, but then in that 5% of the time when you say something even just remotely critical, then Americans fly off the fucking handle and get really upset with you about it. That's really annoying. That I do find that for it to be very annoying, and it's quite hypocritical. But I've just noticed that's just something a lot of Americans tend to be like. It's the way they are, and you got to take it or leave it.
We're rid of the ability of Medicare for the ability.
Yeah, you've said nothing wrong. A majority of Americans have zero issue with people who are acting in good faith like you are. We have issues with Europeans who willfully misconstrue. See, this is the thing. I can completely agree with you on this one, missionary. I did say this earlier. I do also it really annoys me when Europeans like essentially dehumanize and like make up these ridiculous like fucking statements about the US, particularly about your gun laws and like crime rates and shit like that. Like a lot of Europeans and European states frame America as this like horrible Orwellian shithole where where you have like a school shooting every 5 minutes, and that you're all like just a bunch of dumb rednecks who want to shoot and kill each other every 5 minutes. As I said, I really like Americans. As I constantly say on stream and on social media, I would become an American in a fucking heartbeat if I could. I'd much prefer to be an American than a British person. Right, so I do sympathize with how Americans can get really hostile, defensive, and fucking fed up with like these smug, snooty like socialist Europeans talking mad shit about your country. But as I said, I'm very pro-American. But as I said, with anything, I don't think anything's perfect, and I do think there are problems in the United States, just like there are in the United Kingdom, that could be fixed.
For us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said before. Missionary Americans get offended as the insults and abuse you get, despite being the primary means to keep you safe, and deliberately misconstrue events as score points or simply insult. Yeah, I absolutely agree. That's why I'm very supportive of Trump and his threats towards like NATO and Europe, getting them to spend their fair share of the budget for the defense, because, you know, as I said before, Europeans genuinely do expect American boys and girls in the US Treasury to come to their rescue and save them, whilst they spend all their money, which they should be spending on their own defense. They want to spend it all on social welfare systems and to line up the pockets of their own politicians, which I think is disgusting. I think they should pay their fair share and not expect the US to come running to their aid. It's horrible. It's an awful thing to do, especially when they then turn around and like dehumanize and mock you guys for it. It's absolutely awful behavior. It's disgraceful. We're lowbrow but technically gifted. I think that's a good description of Americans. I would say you're all lowbrow. There's some very well-read Americans. Monster trucks are remarkable works of engineering that only resemble conventional vehicles after all. I fucking love monster trucks. They're based as hell.
No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription.
It's the actual ignorant insults that are annoying. Yeah.
That reduced the federal debt.
Just to go on a tangent quickly, the way Canadians speak of America really pisses me off. There are so many Canadians who believe that they are like intellectually and just culturally superior to you guys, to you Americans, and then they come and like they fucking or leave to work for American companies because Canada's obviously they pay a lot less and the situation in Canada isn't so good right now. So like Canadians mock you guys for being stupid and inferior, but then they all want to come work for you guys because they get paid more there and have better working conditions and stuff. I even provided legitimate arguments, but you ignored or brushed them aside, even the ones about the US. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff going in the chat and I'm trying to react to what's on the screen. So it's like I'm not deliberately trying to ignore stuff. Unfortunately, just due to the coincidence of me looking at chat and looking at what's on the screen, sometimes it looks like I'm targetedly missing people when I'm really not.
Debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now.
And I can imagine the smugness gets to you, the OCD. It gets to me even.
I'm going to make sure we have childcare.
I get offended on behalf of Americans a lot. As I said, I get offended for Americans with the way Canada speaks about you guys sometimes. The way my fellow Brits speak of America sometimes really fucking pisses me off as well. But I think it's important to remember at the same time, most British people actually really do like the United States. Like deep down, they really do like America. It's just that, you know, Europeans and British people just don't understand like the gun stuff and the ultra nationalism. I wouldn't call it ultra nationalism. I think American nationalism is quite fair. The thing is about the United Kingdom is that it's seen as cringe and gay in the UK to be proud of who you are and where you come from. So it's just one of those cultural like divide things. Like if you wave your flag here in the UK, that's seen as gay and cringe, which is another like topic which really annoys me as well. So when we see you guys like waving your flag and being really proud of where you come from, that's culturally seen as like weird and gay in much of Europe, especially the UK. That's where like the hostility, that's where like the smugness and like the mockery comes from.
Increase the credit people have for childcare. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing.
It's just mad. Nobody thinks about them at all.
All the things that are causing health problems for people across the country.
That's weird. I think you should celebrate your own culture. Completely agree, Dr. Binksy. Most British people disagree.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said,
imagine not hating your culture, place of death in your people. Someone tell that to the modern day British.
But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah for terrorism.
My retort to those people without us, you'd all be speaking German right now. That really pisses Europeans off, by the way. Random dudes. That's a really good go-to. If you really want to fucking, and especially a British person, if you really want to fucking piss off a British guy, tell them that without America, they'd all be speaking German. That will really get to them really quickly.
No money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because
I think the U.S. military-industrial complex and the military itself has been continuously expanding, hasn't it? Ever since 9/11. I don't know if he rebuilt anything. It's always just been massive and expanding. The French hate that reply too. Yeah, the thing about the French is the French have never quite forgiven the United States and the United Kingdom for liberating them. That's the thing. De Gaulle has never forgiven us for saving France. Finally, at least one European who approves of the US. Yeah, I've been saying that quite a lot this stream, Apache. I love Americans personally. I prefer Americans over the vast majority of my modern countrymen these days. Part of the reason why I love the United States so much is because you guys love your country and your culture so much. When I look at the United Kingdom and I look at what my fellow Brits say, right, they're always talking about how shit England is, and it's not like a meme. It's not like a it's not joking. People in this country at large genuinely fucking despise our country and our culture, and I think they do genuinely want to be destroyed and become some weird like globalist European blob. And the reason why I like America so much is because I see the United States as the continuation of England when it was at its peak. And so I see a future in America for people of like, I guess, English, like traditional Anglo values. I don't have any confidence in the future of the United Kingdom. I am fiercely nationalistic, and I do love England, but the England I'm in love with I don't think has existed for at least 100 years. And because I live in the English countryside, right, my part of the country hasn't been that affected by modern issues, but it is coming for us. It is coming, and it's going to come in my lifetime, and I don't want to be around during those times, when the troubles happen. And I don't, given the way that British politicians are and the way my fellow countrymen are, I don't feel like England really is worth fighting for, which is very, very sad to say. Whereas I look at you based guys from the south of the US, mainly, and I see that you guys are desperately trying to hold on to your culture and your love of your country, and you won't go down without a fight, right? And I look at that and I think, that this is like a culture, this is a country that's worth fighting for. So I'd like to move to a country that isn't ashamed of being who they are and what they are, and I want to help preserve that. Unfortunately, I'm a bit of a doomer, and I do think that England will willingly kind of march itself to its demise, culturally speaking, and I don't want to be around when that happens, sadly. If England could fix itself, that would be grand. I would prefer to be English than American, if that were to happen, but I just don't have any confidence in the future. So yeah, I'd like to be an American and own guns. Hell yeah.
Because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill.
This is turned into a very wholesome moment. We got 20 seconds left. Let's continue on with the wholesomeness, actually. Yeah. Don't come to Oz then. Ciro, unfortunately, all the Commonwealth nations have the exact same problem the UK does. It's just that Canada is going to go first because they are Leroy Jenkinsing into full retardation, sadly. Yeah, this is the thing, right? I know deep down, right, most of you guys are like ragging and it's like memeing, it's banter. As much as bad as things get, I do think for the most part, most British people, most Americans, we do love each other. We come from the same stock for the most part, right? And I hope both of our nations will get past our current issues, and like in 20, 30 years, we'll look back on this period of time as like a bad dream, as like that bad time in our histories. I think, as I said, I think America will fix itself. I don't think Europe and England will be. I do think as I said, I do think England is fucked. I've got no confidence in the future of the country. So, yeah, please, Americans, please adopt me. I want to be an American. I want to live in North Carolina with my big titty American blonde waifu, and I want to own a nice armament SR-25, and I just want to spend the rest of my days in my big North Carolina house in the woods with my big back garden, and I want to put like fucking targets all in the woods all over the place, and I just want to run around in short shorts with my Knight's Armament SR-25 and my FAL or FAL derivative, and I want to pretend that I'm a Rhodesian light infantryman, and I just want to shoot communists. Right? That's all I want. I want my rifles, and I want to shoot communists. That's all I want in life, brother. All right, hear me out on this. Well, thank you very much for the $10 again, Azores. Thank you very much, my friends. We gather all the like-minded people like you. Oh my God, Azores, I'm not just saying this. I have genuinely taken major consideration into taking all of my like-minded Englishmen and fucking invading Zimbabwe and restoring Rhodesia. I have genuinely thought about that. I need some Americans to give me some guns. I need some financial backing from the Americans. And I need to find some based Englishmen who are ready to go on a fucking adventure. We're going to take South Africa and Rhodesia back, boys, for the Empire. Rhodesia, man, what a time it was.
Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years.
Thank you very much for the $10,
what we did for the
Thank you very much, my
military
friend.
was
That's very
incredible
kind of you.
choice for our soldiers.
Oh, you know what? Before we end today's stream, we have to play the Rhodesia Never Dies song.
To see a doctor, can go
what probably
out
helps
and
us
get
is that the US is simultaneously a single culture,
up
but also
and take care of
50-ish smaller cultures.
And they're
As a
living,
Texan,
and that's
I don't
why I
like
had the
Californians,
highest
but I'd fight for
approval
them.
rating in the history of the VA.
Yeah,
so all of these things.
we're done with the video here. I think you're absolutely right, Mauli, OCD. I think your federal system and the fact that you guys, despite the Civil War, you guys really do strictly pine for state rights and state culture is a big part of why you're still relatively coherent and haven't gone full retard and keep your eyes on what's important in life. The problem is, right, is that the UK is centralised. Even Scotland, well, I mean, we've got devolved parliaments, right? But basically, Westminster in the UK controls culture, laws and politics across the entire United Kingdom. And the problem is that we don't have the checks and balances that you guys have in the US. I don't mean legal checks and balances. I mean cultural checks and balances. There's very little difference between people from, let's say, my state and people from London and people from East England and South England. The only major difference culturally in the United Kingdom is between the Southern English and Northern English. We're a duo culture. So when we've got, this edgy, when we've got this political shit coming in, we don't have these staunchly regional, independent people pushing back against the central government's nonsense, right? So yeah, I think that's our major malfunction. I'm very strongly pro-regionalist. I do think that central government has its benefits, particularly when it comes to pooling national resources for defense against foreign powers. But when it comes to running the country in peacetime, domestically speaking, I do think central government is really weak because it doesn't reflect the will of the people. It just becomes a disgusting compromise that doesn't make anyone happy. That's why I quite like state rights, and that's why I quite like the US federal system. Thank you very much for the $5, missionary. Thank you very much, my friend. You and like-minded people are very welcome in the US. You would be a welcome addition to our country. I have made a consideration into just turning up at the Mexican-American border, missionary, and just fucking walking in so I can get my goddamn green cards. Unfortunately, I can't immigrate to the US legally. I don't have enough skills to get in through your legal system, so I'll just enter the country illegally, right? We say Zimbabwe now, do we? I'm from Rhodesia. Know anything about how the Netherlands is faring? Oh, the Netherlands has got it really bad as well. I think the Netherlands is slightly worse than we are, Nogga. Yeah, a lot. Netherlands is open border, and they've got a WEF government as well, sadly. I like a lot of the Brits I've talked to, but I can't understand the Scouser half the time. Yeah, most British people can't understand the fucking Scouser. Even most Scousers can't understand other Scousers, quite frankly, Buzz. Just enter illegally, yeah. That's what I should do. Hang on, let's get this bass as fuck song open a sec. I'll play that on the background whilst I read chat. I fucking love this song. We should have never betrayed Rhodesia. No, hang on, that's the shit version. Here we go, here it is. Let's see if I can get the lyrics up. Is there lyrics here?
Here's the story of Rhodesia, a land both fair and great. On the 11th of November, an independent state. This was much against the wishes of certain governments, whose leaders tried to break us down and make us all repent. But we're all Rhodesians and we'll fight through thick and thin. We'll keep our land a free land from the enemy coming in. We'll keep them north of the Zambezi till that river's running dry. And this mighty land will prosper, for Rhodesians never die. They can send their men to murder, they can shout their words of hate, but the cost of keeping this land free can never be too great. For our men and boys are fighting for the things that they hold dear, and this land and all its people will never disappear. 'Cause we're all Rhodesians and we'll fight through thick and thin. We'll keep our land the free lands from the enemy coming in. We'll keep them north of the Zambezi till that river's running dry. And this mighty land will prosper, for Rhodesians never die. We'll preserve this.
Let me get the fucking video on the stream so you can see it as well. Where am I?
Nation for our children's children too. Once you're a Rhodesian, no other land will do. We will stand tall in the sunshine with the truth upon our sides. And if we have to go alone, we'll go alone with pride. 'Cause we're all Rhodesians and we'll fight through thick and thin. We'll keep our land and free lands from the enemy coming in. We'll keep them north of the Zambezi till that river's running dry. And this mighty land will prosper, for Rhodesians never die. Yes, we're all Rhodesians and we'll fight through thick and thin. We'll keep our land and free lands from the enemy coming in. We'll keep them north of the Zambezi till that river's running dry. And this mighty land will prosper, for Rhodesians never die.
This is peak military performance right here, boys. Fouls and short shorts, hell yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, we've got 7 scouts.
All Rhodesians and we'll fight through thick and thin. We'll keep our land and free lands from the enemy coming in. We'll keep them north of the Zambezi till that river's running dry. And this mighty land will prosper, for Rhodesians never die.
The great betrayal of Rhodesia. Probably the darkest day in British Empire history. Big sad. Anyway, that will be the end of today's stream, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. I learned exactly nothing in today's stream. I have no idea what the fuck was going on in that debate. I think the only thing I took away from today's stream is that apparently you can murder born babies in the United States. That was pretty fucking shocking to learn. I wish I didn't know that. But yeah, thank you very much. I guess we can do that again at some point if something else happens. But what I'll do now is I'll raid my good friend Amanda. I think it's her birthday today, or it's an anniversary stream. So yeah, let's go raid Amanda. Let's go give Amanda our best wishes. She's a friend of Faith Connect. She's a friend of Flavor. She's a friend of Pippa & Co. And yeah, let's give Amanda our best wishes. So yeah, thank you very much for tuning in to today's stream, guys. Didn't go as bad as I thought it would. I knew I'd upset and piss off some people, but that's fine. I expected that would happen. And yeah, I'm still working on the Faith documentary. But yeah, I'll speak to you guys soon. Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.